Alright, it's a big day. I assume the final day of the trial. I guess there could be a day 3, but I kind of doubt it. So, it's a lot to think about. The one thing, though, that stands out to me is Phoenix allowed one of those no-win situations to occur right now. He came into this day of trial without any certainty of what happened. He's here right now in the courthouse, already declared guilty from day 1, already lost, and he doesn't know who did it. He didn't even say for sure that the wife did it, which was my theory. He doesn't know who else could have done it. He doesn't have a concrete theory. He doesn't know. So I think the stakes are very high, and he didn't take it seriously enough. That day of investigation was just like a typical one. He didn't take it with any more severity. And this is the most pressure he's ever been under when you really think about it. They keep finding ways to try and raise the stakes. So he's going to be executed. Maya's going to be executed. Correct me if I'm wrong on that being the penalty, but it seems like that's what they kept saying. And the only reason it doesn't make sense that it would be is because they keep saying the point of this is to increase the penalty, but you can increase it from being executed to what exactly? What's worse than that? I'm not sure. But in any case, they got greedy. They got overconfident. They said, let's extend it to a second day to try and prove that Maya killed the second victim, which is the Zeh'lot guy, the apprentice. And that was completely unnecessary. You should have quit while you were ahead. You had us both. We were done. That was it. You could have just ended it right there. And you're going to live to regret that. You gave Phoenix a chance. You should never do that. You should have just put the hammer down and been done with it. The one argument I would have made in rebuttal at the end there, yesterday's of the first day of trial, which was 2 days ago that I did it, but I would have made and it's true though, I was trying to come up with it in the moment, Phoenix was trying to come up with it in the moment, and we didn't. So I admit that under that kind of pressure and in the nick of time, I don't think I would have come up with it either. But given a chance to reflect, I said that how could Maya have the military or combat experience to take out all these insurgents as Lady Kee'ra, which is the claim that Sodomy made, that she is Lady Kee'ra all along. And guess what we're going to hear today that's going to enrage me is we're going to accuse the wife, and then they're going to say as a counter argument, the wife has no military or combat experience. So we could have said the same thing for Maya. But like I said, I don't think I said that at the time. Me and Phoenix were both kind of at a loss at the end there. So I have to admit that. But that's what he should have said, being the experienced lawyer that he is. And he didn't do anything nefarious yesterday. He didn't do anything different. I thought he might under that kind of pressure. Kind of wanted to see that. So he's proven that he'd rather die. He'd rather be executed on a false charge than to forge evidence or to manipulate the crime scene or do anything. That's the kind of person Phoenix is. I'm not like that. I don't think Edgeworth is like that. Under this kind of pressure, you got to do something, but because how much confidence should he really have? We know as the player that he's going to win because he's Phoenix Wright. But you already lost day 1. You're going up against the government conspiracy now, that she's working for the government, which I called super early. You really would rather go up against that than to just kind of tuck your tail and leave? I guess it's too late for that now. But then to maybe do something nefarious, I'm just confused about. See, I started the game saying Phoenix wasn't confident enough because of everything he'd been through. He's taken down a chief of police. He's taken down, Von Karma, all these people, done all these hard cases. But now it's almost like he's too confident, even without knowing the answer, even with a guilty verdict hanging over his head. He's still just acting normal. He's just the same guy. So if ever there was a day that deserved a review, I might even do it permadeath style. I have 5 Magatama, which is like your health, the exclamation marks basically. You don't get to save. You don't get to reset. This is the day for your life. Feel like Phoenix. If you get it wrong, it's over. You don't get a second chance. You're already guilty for the first day. So, that's it. I'm going to go in with that mentality. The previous day, I failed to do that because of the one lantern thing, which, to be fair, is one of those Ace Attorney annoying things. I clicked the outside of the lantern to show it was broken. They just wanted me to click the lantern itself. So, yeah, that was what caused me to fail. But then I just kept going around and guessing what it could be. And then I came back to the lantern and I was shocked that it worked. But let's see. I'm trying to think, first of all, what are my theories? I think the wife did it, but we don't have any military experience to prove that she has to be able to do it. That's the only monkey wrench in the theory. Phoenix doesn't seem to have any theories, really. He's just like, let's just go with the insights and rely on them to tell us something, or see where it goes, this is not the time to be doing that. You can do that the first day, but not now. So we found out in-game that it's supposedly a government conspiracy. Kee'ra is working for the government as a way to quiet dissenters without the government having to do it overtly themselves. And your badge doesn't mean anything, but it is your pride and joy right now. Dirk was a lawyer too, so we're sort of channeling his, what was it called, Will of the Dragon. Apparently is a big term here. Newspaper from the morning of the purification rite. This is about weather. I'm not sure if weather's going to come into it again. It might. She appeared 2 years ago. Remains a mystery. Here in the flesh. Thick ice that froze the ground is now melted. This was the day before the killing, the first killing. Now there's 2. Police are asking the kingdom subject to be on the lookout for a male insurgent. So we already found that guy and he escaped. With his stupid alley-oop technique, I still don't know what that is. He jumps straight up and down and then vanishes somehow. Pretty poorly portrayed escape. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies. And just to think for a second about this country, it's like Phoenix would rather take down a corrupt government conspiracy in a foreign hostile land that specifically seems to exist to be his nemesis. They hate defense attorneys specifically. And they have this law which is so close to home with him that he would rather go up against all that, maybe take down the queen or Inga or whatever he's going to do by the end of this, than to simply, I guess, avoid the case, or I guess he can't really leave Maya. But he'd rather go up against all of that. Like, after this case is over and he saves Maya, he should just leave instantly and go home and never come back here. But he's going to get involved with the rebellion, blah, 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 risk his own life. They should really just try to assassinate him then, have kee'ra kill him. Which is important, I guess, why he's taking her out now. Because imagine if Phoenix keeps causing trouble for the kingdom, they could just use this exact person to kill him because he's causing them too much of a pain. Which seems to be what her purpose is, anyway. But yeah, they made a real mistake. In that, this is the advice I always give to Ace Attorney villains or characters, is that you shouldn't mess with the friend of a famous defense attorney. In this case, he's at the height of his fame with all this experience. But even for like Morgan Fay was trying to frame Maya Fey in the Eeny Meeny case, second case of Justice for All. And at that point, she should have known, although Rise from the Ashes hadn't been written yet, technically. He had taken down a chief of police. He had taken down a chief prosecutor, 40 years undefeated prosecutor in Manfred von Karma. Do you really want to frame Maya Fey, who's friends with him, friends with a very accomplished, even at that point, defense attorney? Is that really the fight you want to pick? That's just the rule which this country broke, is Don't mess with a famous defense attorney or his friends, Maya, Larry, etc., Edgeworth even. Or I guess also don't mess with the spirit channeler, although they've kind of made it so that Maya's not allowed to, quote unquote. Otherwise she could summon Mia to save the day. We haven't seen her at all. I think the last time we saw her must have been in Trials and Tribulations at this point. So it has been a while, unless I'm forgetting something. So, yeah, this country committed the cardinal sin that they're going to regret by the end of this. Either we're going to take down the Queen or Inga or both, or expose, government conspiracies. Even in this case, we're going to do that. You don't mess with Phoenix. You don't mess with the defense attorney. You don't mess with the spirit channeling master to be. You just don't do it. Red White learned that. See, it's like if Red White just wanted to get off the hook, he could have just gotten off the hook easily. But he had to accuse Phoenix. He had to accuse Maya. He had to put himself in that. Put his back against the wall. You messed with the wrong guy. Morgan Fay did the same thing, where, she tried to frame Maya. Then who else was the one? Those are the two notable ones. Whenever you accuse Phoenix, or obviously Maya most closely, you accuse Larry, they should just learn their lesson. Like, we can get away with whatever we want, just stay away from this guy. It's like, it reminds me of Rocky 2, where he says, we just don't need that guy in our life. You kept hitting him, he took what you got, and he kept coming at you. He kept coming at you. I've never seen someone keep coming at you like that, even when he's down. Even when he's declared guilty now, it's like, we don't need that guy in our life, he says. We don't need that man in our life right now. This country doesn't need Phoenix right now. You didn't need this battle. But now you've made it personal, you picked the wrong fight, and you will pay the price. So, this is what Phoenix is all about. When his back's against the wall, that's when you should be most afraid of him, and they lack the proper fear and respect for who this guy actually is. He's got nothing to lose, so now it'll be his turn to strike. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. The warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. But a cold front will move in overnight, so that might be the part that's relevant. But definitely Phoenix's belief and this is greater than mine. I've been very skeptical. I don't know why he's so confident. Because he doesn't have a choice but to be. So let me try to review what we learned new yesterday. Mainly that you can go into the secret room of the inner sanctum, so that's obviously where Lady Kee'ra was waiting and came from. It matches the theory about the fountain being the Kee'ra that was seen. I don't see how the prosecutor got away with saying that the statue was the Kee'ra that was seen, because the statue is a bird. It looks nothing like Lady Kee'ra. So, and that claim just passed, uncontested. I couldn't even say it for sure at the time because I didn't know what the statue looked like, and you can't see the whole thing. But how did the court let that happen? If I just had a picture of the statue, that was one of the dumbest claims in the history of the series, if it's true, because we saw the bird. That was the first thing I wanted to see on that second investigation day. That statue does not look like Lady Kee'ra. I don't care who you are. Time of death between 2 and 3. So this confused me a bit. So he died. The first victim died before the second one. The high priest died before acolyte Zeh'lot, because his says 4 to 5 a.m., I believe. Blood loss from abdominal wound. So what actually happened now, I'm going to predict. Here's my theory. He was killed inside the secret. But then how did Maya interact with him or see him? Maybe it was someone else pretending to be him somehow? But like, he was killed inside the secret room, let's say. Then he was the secret device was spun around with him on the blade of the bird, because there's a very sharp point. I don't see how that would really help anything, though. He could have been killed on the other side. I think Zeh'lot was probably killed outside, because we saw him the whole time ourselves. But my other theory was the Zeh'lot was killed beforehand, before the ritual. That's why the water was red. So he was killed back there and then moved outside to the praying thing. But how would you prove that? Like, how would you prove that he was moved with nobody noticing? But anyway, he appears to be caused by the dagger. I think it's going to turn out that it wasn't the dagger. Oh, and the other reason I thought Phoenix would be more willing to maybe do something nefarious is because this country is so backwards. He even said, oh, I haven't seen a computer since I've been here. They seem to be wowed by forensic science. So when you have Emma working with you, she wouldn't do it, because especially the experience she had with her sister, who she still hasn't mentioned, by the way. I'm very disappointed about that. They keep pretending like she doesn't exist. But they seem so backwards technologically. You could easily get away with a little manipulation. That's why it crossed my mind too. So this guy has a face tattoo. The other guy has a tattoo on his neck, like a peach. Mark on his face is one born. Shouldn't it be worn? I guess born could maybe work there, but all members of the clergy, somewhere on their bodies. So somebody's going to be like a fake victim who doesn't have the mark. I don't know. Or maybe the wife doesn't have a mark. I'll have to check that picture. We can check the record, and the mark that she has is fake or incorrect with the temple. Something is going to come up with that. Inner sanctum shows the body. See, I couldn't see the whole statue, so I thought maybe that's the beak right there. See those sharp little things poking out? That could be what killed him, actually. So yeah, somebody was killed back in that room, because there was blood there. We saw it with the luminol. I just can't quite come up with the theory yet. I guess the best idea is Zeh'lot was killed there before. Somehow his body was moved outside. And then that's why the water was red. Then this guy was killed afterwards with this spike on the bird statue. And then the knife was in Zeh'lot maybe the whole time. I don't know why, I just don't think it was the murder weapon for both. So Lady Kee'ra was waiting inside the secret room. They had a meeting. The wife had the meeting with Zeh'lot, apparently. They had a fight. She killed him there, left his body there. Came out, used the secret thing. Maya saw nothing, killed the high priest, then went back in there, took the body out. Maya's asleep. She's been drugged. I don't know how to explain that. And then brought the body back out. Nobody noticed that the body was missing. Maybe it was a stand-in, like a body double. Nobody apparently was looking very closely at Zeh'lot. They didn't see a knife sticking out of his back because he was wearing like a cloak over it or something. So that theory might be semi-true, but I'm not sure. This is the big thing, that it was already red. So it's going to turn out that the inmate that she was with was not the right inmate. Somehow she wouldn't have noticed it was a stand-in, which is just stupid, but maybe I'm placing too much faith in Maya that she would have noticed something like that. It's going to be that he was already dead. I don't know, it was someone pretending to be him. Should be kind of dumb, but this is a warning. It just says, I know what you're planning. So I suppose what he was planning was to free the prisoner, which he did do successfully. This, I still don't know exactly how it's going to come into play. maybe the person she traded it with is gonna be somehow involved. I don't know. Maybe it was somehow that insurgent guy too. That's Arbol? I don't know why. That's kind of a dead end right now. So this position we agree with. It's just we have to expose the hidden passage. Lady kee'ra was there in front of the statue, which looks nothing like her, so it wasn't the statue. And that prosecutor should be severely punished for making that bogus claim that doesn't make any damn sense. That the statue was her in the vision. But in any case, she was already back there ahead of time, so she could have spun around and killed him. But he presumably knew about the secret passage area. So he still got blindsided by it. And of course, Maya didn't see that at all happen. Picture of Maya and the High Priest's family. So she has a little mark on her forehead. He has a mark. So they all three of them do, but those are kind of tiny. His is much larger. So I don't know if that means those are just everyday marks they have that don't mean they're part of the clergy, or what. Yeah, because Zeh'lot's is on his neck. So maybe it was a fake victim Zeh'lot there the whole time. And his body was moved some other time. So the person praying in the plaza of devotion could have been somebody else. Because nobody could see his face or a tattoo on his neck because it was covered up by like a scarf. And then the real one was killed in that back room, the secret room, and somehow switched out later, which I can't explain at all, but yeah. Statement about the Feast of Blessings that was held the day before the rite. Customary to have the dishes made with gingli, which I theorized could somehow block out the smell of incense. Those are the only two things we've really dealt with in terms of a smell, but I don't know how exactly that would work. Between noon and 3 on the day, okay. Some of these theories are half-baked, but it's not like Phoenix has a very strong one either. At the usual spot, bring rub, the key too. So the key is that orb, which was in their house. It's even in the picture, and then somehow Dad's Arbol got it and gave it to Phoenix. Unless it's just a similar one. But you would presume it's also a key, which proves he's a rebel with access to that. Or did Dad's Arbol steal it from the wife? Because the wife used it to get in there ahead of time. Something's fishy with that orb. Because it was missing when I went back after I took it from Dad's Arbol. So he must have taken it from the house. Prayer flag. So this was the planning. This is to express sympathy. I don't know if that's going to matter much here. Killed in the Plaza of Devotion, he has a peach-shaped tattoo. So that's going to be relevant to show whether it was or wasn't him. Somebody else is going to have a picture or something else is going to come into play. Or that's not going to be him. All you'd have to do is check the record at the temple to see if that's the correct tattoo for him as part of the clergy. This is the second victim's autopsy between 4 and 5. So he apparently died after the high priest, for sure. Weapon is thought to be. So in both cases, the weapon might not be the dagger. It could be somehow that statue with the sharp edges. This I'm not sure. Name is Imsan. Okay. This is just a DC act. Branding with defiant dragons. That whole book has one line that we took out of it. Like, you couldn't get anything else out of there, Phoenix. Like that evidence law that Lana gives you. A photo of the secret rebel hideout. There was a luminol reaction, and that was the only time we could use luminol in the whole case. We didn't even get to use it freely. So he could have been spun around on there. Killed here, spun around. The blood ends up in the water. Or maybe he was killed outside and then brought in here afterwards. But what would that accomplish? So no strong theories. Albie is not going to be relevant. Maya is going to come back with something she should have told us, but she can't remember, blah, blah, blah. And how'd she get drugged? That's the biggest thing. Emma should be our witness first. It should be Rafa, her insights, then Emma testifies, and then the culprit is the wife. That should be what happens. Or I guess it could possibly be Rafa, the wife, acting all innocent, then Emma, then the wife comes back after. Let's go in. Stakes are high, now we're gonna get worse than this. And DC Act has already been invoked, so we got nothing to lose. 42, he's the victim. This is a prosecutor who looks a lot older, sodomy as I call him. And she's gonna be wrong again. I think this time her faith will really be shook and she'll finally come over and say, oh, I forgot to put my screen on, hang on. Her faith will be shook. I think she'll be more of an ally going forward. She was kind of an unintentional ally at times here, but she was mostly just chiding us. I'm getting a little bit sick of her now just because we've been around her. She's been following me around a bit too much. And Zeh'lot, apprentice living in the high priest's house. He was like part of the family, which means he also had access to the orb. So maybe he went there. There's no way I'm going to accept that he could be Lady Kee'ra, but that is the theory I just kind of had now. But how the hell could that? He'd be 19 and he'd be doing it? So what if he was Lady Kee'ra, but then who killed him? I'm not going to say that one. I'm still saying it's the wife. But he's the only other person it really could be. Widow plays the part of Lady Kee'ra. That kind of makes it too obvious that it must be her. But what experience does either of them have, or even Maya, that would allow them to kill all these rebels? XO, like right hand? I actually don't know what that means, XO. Second in command of the Divine Dragons. He's 46. He doesn't look 46. He looks like he's 30 something. Escaped from prison. At one point, he was a paratrooper in some country's airborne unit. Why don't you just tell us which one? Obviously, it wasn't this one or mine. That's just to qualify that he's skilled with that. Like, obviously, well, not that skilled because he bumped his head, but he at least escaped. I don't know how. That's what the alley-oop must be about. Like, oh, look, I'm paratrooping out of court. Except you're on the ground already, so you can't go any lower than these courts. Am I right? Alright, so here we go. Let's see Phoenix's attitude. Are you going to be a bit more gung-ho? Maya's not, I'm not, but Phoenix is. Live like you only got one day left to live. Defend this case like it's your last case. Kind of like the one that where you were found for forging evidence even though you didn't actually do it. The Drew Misham incident. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never asked you to defend me, did I? A little bit late for that. It's almost like she doesn't have a choice. Yeah, it shows you how little confidence you had in us. Oh, she means the second time, I think. The first time, we talked about it. Or maybe she means in general. Make your dream show come true. Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher. Okay. That'll be a murder case too, won't it? Matt on guard, Juan Carita 2.0. Look as if you did not sleep last night. Can you put up a respectable insight this time? Because Phoenix is relying on it. He wants it to benefit his side of the case. That's what he said going in. Kind of turn things around with that. Mia would be proud, but too bad we can't channel her. You better not pick on Phoenix, dude. He is fired up. He has to be. This should be the best version of Phoenix that we've ever seen. The most experienced, the most desperate, the most pissed off at this country, at least you should be. This is it. You're gonna unleash his hidden powers right now. She's doubting herself. He's not feigning it, dude. If there was one time he wasn't, he had to be confident. You saw yesterday, even she was shocked. Will it go back that far? Where she said, no, it probably won't. That last conversation with Rafa, where she said, I'm shocked that you didn't do anything. Like try to forge something or manipulate something. My last rites. No, it wasn't. She's doubting herself. This is it. There's no way there's going to be a day 3. This has to be it. There was only one witness in day 1. That was kind of surprising. It was the paratrooper. My only thought with him is we're going to come to find out that he was helping us by trying to push for increased charges, because he could have just ended it right there. He could have just said, this trial's over, let's do a second trial with some other defense attorney, knowing that there wouldn't be one for Maya, and just get rid of me right there. If I was Inga, I would have interfered and done that. Just treat it as a completely separate trial and let Maya be tried again, sure, but get rid of Phoenix. No prayers this time. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during the visit to the crime scene. The accused has already been found guilty. There's no need. Dead lawyer walking. Now this is the second time they said it. That's my line. Could have done it yesterday. So now we killed the apprentice too. This is like a smear job. You're just trying to pin everything on her. But why would you want her to be Lady Kee'ra? That's the only thing I don't like. You should just say she was pretending to be, but it wasn't the real one. By the real one, you mean the fake one. In the long-winded way that they say it. What is it like? The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kee'ra. They've said that like 50 times. Why do you have to say it like that? Just say Lady Kee'ra. We'll know what you mean. It's obviously not the real one from mythology and history. Which makes me almost think that there's a second fake one out there. Like an imposter. Is that what it's going to be? Why would they be so oddly specific with it? Opening statement. two of the most devout clergymen, even though you yourself yesterday were the one pushing that the victim had to be, the first victim, had to be a rebel. So shouldn't you be saying he wasn't that good of a guy? He wasn't that devout if he was a rebel? Because that was your whole crux of saying why Lady Kee'ra would kill her, the motive. Yeah, this is kind of hypocritical to say. This is a bit stupid. You're the one who said he was a rebel. You should be happy he's dead. She will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Puloma. I don't know what any of that means. We're not supposed to, I guess. Comic relief. What was the place called? Goljama. Is that like their hell? This is a Twilight realm, though. It's basically like their hell. Minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. Even the judges met him. We don't need that from the judge, that's biased. I was even sticking up for the judge in the first case, I liked him then. But it's kind of like I should dislike him now either way. He should have just ended this. If I was on khur'ain's side, I would say, just get rid of Phoenix, send him to the gallows, don't let him do another trial. He's already guilty of the DC Act. And if I was on my side, he's being too biased. Phoenix's side. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion. The bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of faithful deep in prayer. So nobody saw this happen. So there should be no witnesses yet again. Is the wife gonna be... The wife's gonna have pressure applied and then she's gonna admit she was there and that she witnessed it? After we kind of pin her at the scene. The dagger was found impaled. I feel like it's gonna be the murder weapon for him, but not for the other guy. Spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. And then he just stayed in that position in the cold and nobody noticed. I'm surprised he didn't say the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kee'ra. That's all we've ever called her. You gotta spell it out for us, right? Accused prints were on the weapon. I don't think they mentioned that before, actually. I'll tell them about your rehearsal. The accused Maifei is a serial killer. Wouldn't it just be called a double homicide? Serial killing is supposed to be 3 and up, isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. Prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Isn't that what you said yesterday, even for the one crime? You should... he said repeatedly yesterday it should have been that anyway. What is the other penalty? I thought it was default death sentence. So he doesn't even care what the sentence is. Look, he's coming back with actual facts this time. Crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed the murder without a single witness? Fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. Really? Really? See no need to debate this any further. Why is he pushing so hard? At least see the insights. Now Phoenix is going to push for the insights. And he's going to try to hush them up. Because they're going to help us this time. More so than usual. But he's saying the fingerprints alone are enough to convict. I feel like that could be a very low standard. Yeah, because that's never failed before. He doesn't want the seance to happen. He's gonna make some excuse. He thinks it's gonna hurt his case. Oh shit, they're having a bit of infighting now. Even though they're supposedly on the same side. So he didn't want it to happen. Be the first time if it did. Good confidence. Yeah, he's relying on this a bit too much, which is why the prosecutor read that pretty well, actually. Good one. +1 to sodomy. Just get right into it, huh? So I'm not going to save it at all today. This is permadeath, life or death. RP is Phoenix style. I'm going to try to come up with the theory myself, as I always do, but no takebacks. We have 5.
Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
5 magatamas, and that's it.
Let
Feel the
eyes
pressure.
of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
So I guess this is in the middle of the court. Like, right, yeah, between the benches. It's kind of small. I said last time I didn't know where it was, that's why I said that. So we're literally just looking in the water for it? Like you can't put it up on a big screen somewhere? I can't tell what Sodomy's up to. Seems like he wants the verdict, but he's obviously not going to be completely bad either. And he seems pretty fair-minded. Like, he lets Emma... I'm just talking over this because we've seen it. It doesn't seem different. It even lets you skip it, which means it probably is the same every time. I wonder if this is going to turn out to be fake too, like she really doesn't have any power and this is all just done by the state, but I doubt that. We know spirit channeling is real, so this is just a different kind. So could Maya do this too? Probably better than you. Couldn't be much worse. It's really your testimony that I take issue with, not the vision itself. Okay. Give her a minute. Or maybe it just takes a second to load. To buffer. Oh, because she doesn't know the name? It's something to do with that, right? The Tome of Secrets is Imsan. So maybe she's using the wrong name? Or the victim had a different name. Or it wasn't really him? Hooray Zeh'lot? I had sought to confirm the contents of the seance. It's customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. It looks like you didn't do it very well. So it's gonna be that it wasn't really him, it was a fake name. Oh, is it body double? What could it be? Tired from her manifold duties. That's no excuse. Let's propose that he had a different name. See, now we're gonna fight for it. Just declare a verdict without one? We're gonna fight for it because we need it more than he does. He doesn't even want it. Wait, are we really just not gonna have one? One time when we wanted it, we didn't get it. She's gonna be on our side now. More so than the prosecution. So wait a second, is she not using this name? The name is Imsan, so either that's a fake name. Wait, but this isn't what it is. This is Lady Kee'ra's name, that has nothing to do with it. Zeh'lot isn't his name. Or Zeh'lot didn't really die, and it's somebody else who's the victim, who just looks like him. It's one of those two. He's using a fake name. Well, then you should be happy about it. I just want the evidence. Don't say who it was that told you. Thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, it should reveal the truth. Damn, okay. I like your attitude. Shut up, Maya. Don't. Yeah, that's not funny. Even Phoenix is like, this isn't the time to joke around. Phoenix is serious. Why should you fear it if it's just the truth? Dude, stop pushing. But you're the one who should be saying the seance should hurt me. I'm not impressed by that. Is that him admitting that I would make a good counter argument with it? I can pose no counter arguments without it. That means the seance is my best friend. You know that the truth is on my side. You don't get to just change the standard. What? You would never have allowed this if I suggested it. Let's just skip the seance. What? You should be happy that I'm fighting for you. What? I just stood up for you and said... Well, this isn't really a surprise, so it's more like a normal trial now. We're going to skip the seance, and maybe that'll be the last part. Once we find out the victim's real name. Or that it wasn't actually the person we think it is, it was somebody else. One of those two. Lead detective Emma Sky. I wanted this yesterday. At least I feel good about this. You know Emma wouldn't lie. You don't have to be sorry. You're gonna help me. I don't think Maya and her have ever even spoken though, right? Yeah, you always say that. Just give proper testimony. Phoenix would say the same thing. I mean, that's assuming you agree with the DC Act. Because Phoenix hasn't done anything really wrong. Don't discredit yourself. Just give your testimony properly, and we'll come to the truth. Don't show weakness. It's your first dialogue that you've ever said to each other, right? Interacting for the first time. You should have more confidence. Took down Damon Gant together, dude. Shut up. This guy's annoying me now. He tried to skip the seance. Even though in the other days he would have said the seance is my doom and like the reason why I'm gonna lose. Now he wants to skip it when he knows he's wrong. They're so dumb. Like, what if I just say, oh, I want to just skip this testimony. We don't need to hear it. Let's just accuse the wife right away. Victim was Zeh'lot. Objection, it wasn't. If it was, you would have gotten the seance. Let's defer to their country's customs. If it was, and that was his real name. Am I missing something? Maybe the name isn't the... Priestess acting as Lady Kee'ra's representative must know her name. Well, I don't know why. I'm interpreting that as like... I think she also said you have to know their name and face of the victim, like Death Note style. I made that joke. To properly do the seance, that must be correct too. So she got the face right, but the name wrong. So that's a contradiction right there. It wasn't Zeh'lot. He had been training under the high priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. 2 years. Oh, is he gonna be Lady Kee'ra? Because that's how long... I definitely didn't predict that. Priest widow, believe in me, has identified the victim's body. Well, why are you deferring to her? What the hell does that mean? Who is she? She's not a forensic expert. You should identify the record with the... This has suspect written all over it. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection from the high priest. That's not true at all. That's a bad theory. God damn it, Emma. I was relying on you. That is one of the worst, shakiest testimonies ever. Phoenix. That was such a weak testimony. I could rip that apart right now. Yeah, they were relying on... I read that right, didn't I? They're relying on the widow to identify... Why? Why not rely on proper scientific data? Like, what kind of forensic expert are you, Emma? You're supposed to use DNA and stuff. Yeah, I don't need this. Is this a consultation? I don't need this. No, it's not. It's just dialogue. It wasn't actually him. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how it needed the name and face. Come on, we know this. Oh, he's like begging for the seance. Please give me the seance. He's desperate. Kind of pathetic. Latest victim was Zeh'lot. No, it wasn't. If that was his name, the seance would have worked. Like, that's all I should need to say. And I'm deferring to your customs as absolute. What kind of person was he? Wait, isn't this the Allegro theme already? Why are we starting with this? Or maybe it's not. It seems too fast to be... Let's see, hold on. This sounds like it. No, I guess it's not. It just sounded faster than normal. According to the neighbors and others who knew him. Oh, what would I ask? I always like doing that. The victim was Presto. I would ask, did you forensically confirm this? And then she would say, no, only the wife confirmed it, which she says later in her testimony anyway. But like, did you check his fingerprints? Or did you check his DNA? That would be my question. Something scientific. According to neighbors and others who knew him. So I wouldn't be asking what kind of person was he, I'd be asking, how do you know it was him? Heard his name mentioned as one of... Okay, none of this matters. He was the high priest's star disciple. The disciple of someone who was secretly a rebel. So he should be discredited too. He had been in training under the high priest for 2 years. So here I would say, what was the exact date? And then I would later use that to coincide that with the exact date of Lady Kee'ra's. You obviously can't make that claim yet, but I would ask more about the date. When exactly was it? I guess Phoenix is on the same track. That's gonna be pretty obvious. First came here. They said about 2 years too, because that fit her timeline for being Lady Kee'ra. Praying under the high priest's instruction. So it all lines up. The high priest's widow, believe in me, has identified the victim's body. Why, this is my question, why would you use the widow, a random civilian with no experience in this field, to identify the victim's body? I don't care what she says. Whoever, even if I didn't think she was the killer. Did you scientifically confirm this? I hate that. Positive ID, the only way. Okay, that's actually a thumbs up question, Phoenix. Good one. Was her positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Perfect question. Thank you. No. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. How about something forensic? Aren't you a forensic expert? Who are you? Are you a fake Emma? What are you doing? Shouldn't you have done this scientifically? Family registry. But what? You could not do it scientifically. His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Which means what? Personal information? Well, now, you didn't need to say that early. Well, what kind of personal information? Yeah, it's a fake name. It has to be. So it really was him, like it wasn't a double, but it was just a fake name, I suppose. I'm having trouble actually seeing where this is going though. But he was using a fake name for what reason? Are they really going to say that he was Lady Kee'ra? Let's see where it goes. I'm having trouble with this. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon the spirit. Wait, I thought she left. Where did she come from? She's just standing there the whole time? If he would, but thanks for confirming. If he was using a forged ID, there is no mention of him in our public records. And there is no mention of him. He was likely an illegal immigrant. I wish I could remember. How did they say? They said the priest met him by just finding him. Like he was on vacation or he took a trip somewhere and he just found Zeh'lot somewhere randomly and decided to take him in. It was something like that. So I guess that would match that he could be an illegal immigrant. Rafa mentioned something about immigrants. Yesterday they've been flooding in the border. We have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a seance. So they're beating that seance thing like a dead horse. I'd always thought the Zeh'lot was khur'ain. How the high priest must be lamenting his... why are they acting like the high priest is a good guy now? Wasn't it revealed? Even the prosecutor said yesterday he's a rebel. That was the crux of his argument for the motive of Lady Kee'ra. According to him, Maya. Of course, why wouldn't you? They don't seem to be resisting the fact that he is somebody else. I thought they'd put up more of a fight. In fact, most inconvenient to the defense. But it's not up to you to decide that. Let me do it. Don't look so sad, Emma. Although I am disappointed in you. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Now you're just asserting he's an illegal immigrant. You didn't say that before. So you don't have any DNA records or anything? I don't know why this would help or hurt me. We just don't know who he was. So... how does this help? Like, what would I ask here? He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Is there something I think I know his name to be? What would this help me theorize? I'm kind of drawing a blank here. Do I want to say that he's Lady Kee'ra? I don't know why. I'm still set on the wife. But he's an illegal immigrant, but that doesn't matter. So what? Like, why do we care about that? A statement about the blessings. That doesn't seem to matter. He could be a rebel, but again, that wouldn't... that's actually consistent with why Lady Kee'ra would want him dead. He has a peach tattoo, so we should check the records for that in the temple. I'm not having like a eureka moment. What did that thing say? Which thing says that they're here? It says records of who has what mark are kept in the temple. So we should match that with his record. Oh, that'll come later, I guess. Do you have any proof that he was an illegal immigrant? Because you just said that. Maybe I'd ask that. Or do you know any... does he have any family? Known family? Some way to track down his real name. You just asserted. No, she just thought of it because we asked that. Well, that's not really how you do investigation. We can't prove he was a citizen, so he must be illegal. We can't prove he is illegal, so he must be a citizen. Like a double bind. I'm actually having trouble with this. What would prove... Usually when the game spells it out, you should already have the answer. Just check that, I guess. Check the mark on his neck with the records in the temple. But I don't see how that would prove to fit. I mean, you have to go on a hunch. Is there something in this? I don't see what that would prove. Yeah, what about this proves he's an illegal immigrant? I guess that's all I got. Just match the mark. Proverbial goose is cooked. I don't see why that hurts us that much. may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the high priest. But you're saying he's not actually a rebel? Yeah, that's what I would ask. Are you saying he's not a rebel? Maya isn't that Lady Kee'ra who's been going around. So this is a statement that has really nothing to do with what she just said. She didn't say that in her testimony. He may have been mistaken for a rebel. He's just saying that's why he would be killed by Lady Kee'ra. She's not saying that Maya is Lady Kee'ra. She never said that. The verdict was already handed down, but that didn't say that Maya was Lady Kee'ra. That just said that Maya was the killer of the high priest, which doesn't mean the same thing. But that's not what we proved. No buts. He's not a butt guy, I take it. Accused was posing a Lady Kee'ra. Why is that so important to you? This is like a cover-up. She killed Acolyte Zeh'lot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. So you're insisting that he wasn't actually a rebel, and that Lady Kee'ra made a mistake, even though she never has before. I don't know why we're merging these two claims. Okay, I agree. Lady Kee'ra killed both of these people because she thought they were rebels, which is consistent with her MO. So I don't care about Maya right now. Nobody's saying that that means those two claims are not linked. Lady Kee'ra killed Zeh'lot because she mistakenly thought he was a rebel. Okay, but we don't have to worry about Maya being that right now. That wasn't the case of Lady Kee'ra, that was the case of Maya Fey. You could still separate the two claims. How do we prove? Check the clergy records? Give up on the seance? Some way to find out the victim's real name. Priest's widow identified the victim's body. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. He may have been mistaken for a rebel. So do I put something here that might show his real name? Let's take this seriously, but I'm not coming up with anything right now. I'm drawing a blank. My only thought is that mark on his neck, but that still doesn't have to do with his name. Mark on his face is worn, but I'm just saying worn, by all clergy records of who has what mark. So if he's posing as a member of clergy, who was the one whose name he registered under? It would probably still be the fake name. So he's posing as the Zeh'lot guy who's a real person, or he just made up the name? That's the only thing I got. I should try it. None of this has to do with that. This has nothing to do with the name. I don't see what this would prove. It's just not clear. This is the rebel guy. This has nothing to do with that. Yeah, that's all I got. Objection! Shit. I guess I better. Phoenix. Yeah, but not this time. Yeah, that applies more to the trial than just that one claim. Come on, that was a valuable Magatama. We don't know his real name. He had been under training for 2 years. So I can accept that. That's not gonna matter right now. I wish I remembered exactly what they said, how they met. He went on a trip and met him and like adopted him, sort of. The high priest's widow identified the victim's body. Okay. He was an illegal immigrant. May have been mistaken for a rebel. Yeah. Which means we're in big trouble. If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be hard to find out his name. Can we prove that he wasn't an immigrant? An illegal immigrant? Find out the victim's real name. Maybe it wants me to present it to this. Mark on his face has all the clergy members on their body. This is kind of hard. None of this seems to connect to a name. Something to do with this symbol. The tattoo he has on his neck. We should have confirmed this ourselves if we were a good investigator. We should have asked them, what symbols did each of them have on record? This has nothing to do with it right now. Warning from Lady Kee'ra to Abbot Inmate. This has nothing to do with that. Why would this disprove that he's a rebel or an immigrant or... Who were really just doing this to do the seance. I don't even see why it hurts us that he's an illegal immigrant. Either way, he's the victim. It's the same thing. We're just desperate for the seance. Is there something here? We can't see his neck, obviously, here. The back of his neck. I can't afford to get it wrong again. What would say his name? Crime photo Zeh'lot. With a peach-shaped tattoo on the back of his neck. Maybe I could just show that he's wouldn't have that if he was an illegal immigrant? Like he's not officially part of the clergy? I don't... Is there something that says how long you have to be members of the Kurdish clergy somewhere on their bodies? We shouldn't have been able to get that mark if he wasn't from here. Well, it wasn't this one. Mistaken for a rebel. But there's no letter to him, but that I don't think that's the tree we gotta bark up. This is really, I'm kind of at a loss. We just show the neck and we say he couldn't have been an illegal immigrant because he has a mark of a clergyman. Objection! Is that it? He's not an illegal immigrant. Or I could still be wrong. Let's see where Phoenix goes with that. Victim was undeniably a Kur'ain native. I don't see why he couldn't still get that symbol. he could still be an illegal immigrant, but because the high priest trusts him, he'll get the mark on him anyway. But okay. A little hard to see, but look closely. Victim was khur'ainese, because no foreigner could ever get that. He couldn't just put it there himself. I mean, what else could it be? Tattoo. It should let you zoom in like this on your own if you want, but... Tattoo of a peach. Now let's check it with the temple records. Come on, Emma. Favorite delicacy here in khur'ain. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. Come on, you can't all be this dumb. This is not really good comic relief. That is not a tattoo of a peach. Wait, what? Wait, what? It even says it's a peach. It lied to me then. Peach-shaped tattoo. What else could it be? Is it the Defiant Dragon brand thing? What? Well, I got the right piece of evidence, but I didn't know why. So it's saying it's the same symbol, but it's a different color. So he's saying it's the same thing, but what about the inside? Why is it colored like that? Well, I knew that, but I just thought it could be a different symbol. Well, the inside is... what? Inked over an existing tattoo. But why? How could you say that? How do you know that? An existing tattoo? Phoenix is just pulling shit out of the air now. What? He had it inked over an existing tattoo. The dark red is exactly the same. Okay. I guess. 28 some odd years ago, everyone did get one. Until 20 years ago. So that proves he was here 20 or some odd years ago? I don't think they told us this fact before, though. He's on his right buttocks. Okay. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what clergy means. The judge isn't a priest. Unless he was a priest before. All members of the I don't know. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained in the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. So he was just using a fake name. That's all he was doing. He really is khur'ainese. What? But you didn't do this yourself. I was a little off with that, but it came to the same conclusion. Real Nemu. Yeah, that doesn't really tell me anything. Became a monk 20 years ago. He's only 21. What? When he was 1 year old? She's just standing there the whole case, Rafa. That must be the victim's real name. So they become monks at 1 year old? Why would he try to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, to do the seance. Yeah, just save us, Rafa. Thanks for sticking around too. Didn't Dirk do that? Yeah, we're already dead. I like that Phoenix is just admitting he doesn't know what to do. So I like how Phoenix there just asserted he had another tattoo and he put the mark over the other tattoo. How does Phoenix know? I guess I thought of it as one shape, so he's saying they're two separate shapes. As the outline, I definitely didn't think of it like that. I just thought, I mean, you really can barely see it from here. Maybe I have to zoom in myself. Looking at it like this is how I'm looking at it. Because my screens are kind of, for the sake of recording, like that. How the hell am I supposed to see that it's the same exact shape? Whatever. And reading that line, just to be clear, it says, all members of the clergy, somewhere on their bodies, have the mark on his face. Okay, so I guess I misread it. I thought they had some symbol. The mark on his face is one born. So it's saying the exact mark. The way I read it means that they had some mark. Like it's one of the marks. It's one born by all members, meaning it's one of them born by, okay, one of many that they could possibly have. One could be a peach, one could be an apple, right? One could be anything. Instead, it means it has to be the exact same mark, I suppose. You could see how I could read it like that, right? The mark on his face is one that the members wear or have, but it's not the only one. So it could be something different. Let's see what Wright does now. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the seance? Maybe because they've helped me so far. And even the prosecutor didn't want it to be shown. Yeah, what if it still doesn't work after saying all that? Do I have to watch it again? I've already done that, haven't I? Those are like the same.
Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Really? Now she'll get it wrong again. I have to do it a third time.
Everyone here be clear, and oh, dance of devotion,
Okay.
so that we may.
I mean, we just saw that a minute ago, dude. This is why they let you skip. You gotta see two in a row. I guess I feel bad for skipping this, but we get the point. Like your seance is having technical difficulties. It's lagging out. So I guess I will have to just save it and reset, but let me at least get through it otherwise, because I wasn't saving deliberately, just because I said this is like a permadeath day to show that Phoenix is under maximum pressure. You don't get to cheese it, but I don't know what's happening. It's like a bug. This is why I hate recording 3DS games. We're streaming them. Can we just get past this once and then we can save it and... Fuck, because I haven't saved it since the beginning. Although I guess we didn't do that much. We really only did like one contradiction from Emma, but whatever. Fuck. Okay, that should be it. The hell is this? It just broke my game. What the fuck happened? Okay, so we did save it. Alright, some technical difficulties. Let's go back. Guess that's my punishment for skipping, even though it was the second one within like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Having to watch the exact same thing. Hopefully it was the exact same thing and I didn't miss something new, but the fact that it lets you skip makes you think that it's nothing special, and that's what I get for skipping. That you don't skip, you don't skip. We didn't really get to see it, but we obviously will have chances to see it over and over now. Zeh'lot wasn't the victim's true name. We have seen the victim's final moments, so don't I gain credibility from that? I was right about the name. You can only see the crown. We'll find something in this, I'm sure. Infamous turnabouts. Even you're giving me credit for that, though. Even he knows. Discovered something. I can't speak to it because I didn't see it. It completely crashed my game. So conclusive, it broke the game itself. Most surprising surprise attack? Or wait, what? A most surprising surprise attack. He really did say that. What is the evidence you found? The Plume Punisher theme song. Because she has the Plume Punisher toy. Now what we know from that is the secret hideout had one of those too, right? It wasn't the same thing, but it was something that played the song. The thing by the calendar there, the clock. So yeah, that's good enough for me. Please consider the item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation, so it wasn't that. It was the clock. And the secret hideout that you don't even know about? Yeah, we get it, dude. It took him a while there. Wait, I just gave it to him? I thought it was in my possession. Phoenix would have done it, but he should have asked Phoenix to do it. How does he have it all of a sudden? There's only one in the world. It's in my possession. It's like that moment with Ezra. I thought the spy camera was in my possession. But it was a different one. But this couldn't be a different one. The hell? Yeah, there it is. He just telepathically took it from me. He has inadvertently pressed the button, admits the crime. Strap is an extremely rare item, is it not? It's the only one in the world. You better not break it. You moron, there's only one of those in the whole wide world. You stupid fucking... Oh my god. But just to be clear, it's not the only way that you can play that theme in the world. Imagine asserting that. Like, let's just stop for a second. So it's the only one in the world, right? It's one of a kind. So that means there's no other way to play that theme in the world. I couldn't have it recorded on a phone. It couldn't be my ringtone. It couldn't be the MP3 player. It couldn't be that radio clock thing, which it actually was. There's no other way to play that theme except for using that. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. Seems like the same expression as always. Face the fact that the seance is far more than mere evidence. Even then it would be good evidence, but very truth that brings the hammer down. Yeah. We get it. It's conclusive as it can get. They're building this one up a bit too much. It's obviously that stupid clock. Wasn't Rafa there for that? Isn't she the one who played the song? Of course, as always. So Phoenix came up with something that I didn't come up with. That the victim had a tattoo. Peach thing was like two separate tattoos on top of each other. I still came to the same evidence, but not for that reason. Now I'm way ahead of him in saying that clock made the sound. Not the absolute truth, only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. Yeah, she said that before. Unfortunately, you're the only one. Yeah, can we get a substitute, Rafa? Is there another princess? Because you've kind of shat the bed a few times. 14's a little bit old to be wetting the bed, don't you think? If you believe there to be errors, yeah. Oh, okay. Rafa's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. The pattern on the plaza's ground was visible in the darkness. So, like usual, we probably won't be able to see anything, like the ground or the walls. It's all just black. Like, even with the other one, everything on the ground was just black. So we couldn't see the water or anything. It was the night of the rite. The pattern on the... Okay. What pattern on the plaza's ground? The rug? Let me see. That is what she must be talking about. But he's actually leaning against one of those rocks in the other room, right? He's leaning against the rock, so she thinks it's the rug. Do they look that similar? Not really. You can kind of see the moss and stuff. Someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the air. The accused held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Insights have painted a detailed picture. Come on, Phoenix, you should be able to see this one. He always says sensations, but sometimes it's not. You just have to... Okay, let's actually watch it. Gingly smell. Plume Punisher theme. It's heavy. He's like pushing that thing. Pain. So which side of it is he on? I guess that's not important right now. Why would he smell gingly? Let me think about this. Let me just try to make sense of it in and of itself before I even look for anything. Because we're going to have to be here for a while. Last time we had to do it 4 times. So he smells gingly. From outside? He's pushing the thing. He experiences pain. Plume Punisher theme. So he is stabbed from behind, no matter what. Maybe he's like trapped between this thing and the rotating bird. So he gets killed by the rotation of the bird's feathers, which seem pretty sharp. So he's like stuck trying to push his way out. So it might not even be a killer, it's just they planned it so that would happen, or it happened by accident. So the theme we know is the clock. The heaviness is not the ground, it's the moss covered stone. And it seems like nobody knows about this area but us. I don't know what the gingly is. Gingil, I'm sorry. It's the smell of that food, but I don't know how that would be there or why. Let's actually read what she's saying. Can we pause this? Yeah. It's distracting. The victim was offering up his prayers. Victim was offering his prayers. It was the night of the Wright. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Victim was offering up his prayers. I guess that's consistent with the pose, but that's actually kind of cool. He's pushing the block. He's pushing the stone, but she's saying he's on the ground. So it is a pretty tricky thing to explain. The night of the Wright, though it's dark, the pattern is visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the air. I mean, I can't really argue that the theme was playing. Let's watch it. It's kind of light. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from the world. So she doesn't explain the gingle at any time. What exactly do I want to pick on here? Can I show that the symbol isn't actually the... I mean, I could just present this photo and show you, look, this is what it was. But I don't know what exactly it wants me to go after. I can't see the whole thing here. Heavy, heavy, heavy pain. And then he goes dark. So why would it be heavy? At the end, maybe that's the issue. I could just point to the gingle in general. Plume Punisher theme. Heavy pain. Victim was offering his prayers. I don't see what would be heavy about praying though. Like it's coming towards him. I don't see what that would make sense. Like why would it... You can clearly see that too. The night of the Wright, though it's dark, the pattern. Someone was there. It's like there's so many holes I know, but how do I show them in the right order? The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into the neck. Oh, that's what she's saying it is. She's holding him down. That's why it's heavy. I don't know what it wants me to pick on here. Is that like not how he prays? Is the position different maybe? You look at it and you say, his hands are in generally the same position. But his head is down more. Why would his head be so far away right now? Look how far up his head would be compared to the picture. Like he goes into that pose after he's pushed down. Was the night of the right? Does that contradict with the autopsy? I mean, he died on the night of the right. It's almost the morning, 4 to 5 a.m. It was the night of the right. Someone was there. The theme of the Plume Punisher filled the air. It's kind of weak evidence. The accused held the imagine being convicted of murder because you have a pendant that plays a theme song. Even if that proves you're there, it doesn't prove you killed him. I guess your fingerprints are on the murder weapon, but still. Accused held the defender down. Held him down. It does look like that. I guess it wasn't instant though. It says instant in the court record too. Heavy, 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 instant. I don't really know what it wants me to pick on. There's so many different things it could be, but how do I show it? I could just show the gingle and they could start a conversation like, what about the gingle? What's that about? Would there not be the smell of gingle in the plaza? Like, let me think of why that would be. Was there some other smell? The incense? But that's kind of far away. So I can't pick on the gingle. I'm thinking, let me see. So he's pushing down. It's heavy. That thing's coming towards him, but pain. Plume Punisher theme. I could just show the... Oh, is it like a sensation thing? Just that it's too strong? Something is too weak or too strong? Heavy, 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 heavy. Pain. And then he's gone. It was the night of the right. Though it's dark, the pattern on the ground was visible. Then someone was there. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. Not really sure how to show this right now. I guess I could show, according to the custom, you can only have gingle at a certain time. So I could show it wasn't the night. But I mean, that's going out on a limb. Like I could show, just show the gingle and just show at any time. Just show the gingle and it shows it's the wrong time of day.
Objection!
That can only be between 2 and 3 or something, 12 and 3. It could not be otherwise. This is assuming they're following the tradition properly. So on one hand, we'll accuse the guy of being a rebel and rebelling against the whole kingdom, but we can't possibly accuse this guy of disobeying the Gingle tradition of eating in between 12 and 3. That could never happen. She slew Zeh'lot after killing the high priest. Sea spirit does not corroborate that. Take a good look at what the victim smells. Shouldn't have smelled any Gingle on the night of the Wright. More so around that area, like even if, yeah, but it's more a time issue. Can only be had between 12 and 3. This one's pretty open-ended. You could have done it at any time. Like, it doesn't matter when he smelled the Gingle, just the entire vision that he smells it. You could do it at any point. Which one says that again? And must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. That one's pretty clear. High priest's wife, beh'leeb in me, told me this. Feast includes a number of Gingle-based dishes, only served between 12 and 3. Of course you did. The fact that the victim smelled it means he had some leftovers that he snuck with him. He was murdered between noon and 3. How will they explain it though? I'm curious what the prosecutor says or what she said. No objection. It's taking him a while. What? Autopsy report not make it clear? Estimated time of death was during the Wright. You taught her about it. Yeah, it was between 4 and 5 a.m., right? Which is totally not the Gingle time of day. But... and the vision has to be the last moments before death. Forgive me, Urbanos, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible. Oh, he's gonna go with the frozen theory I was talking about yesterday with... Dane Gustavia, the Dane Gustavia special. Oh shit. That is so good. I love when I predict stuff like that. They kept talking about it freezing. Emma, could you vouch for this? But that doesn't give us any exact. Of course they don't do anything right. You have to fix everything for them. But to what? How could it be that drastic? That is kind of a fluky thing. It doesn't mean it's off by like 12 hours. Look at how much that changed it. Between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. based on divination seance. That's kind of, well, it was, think about what it was. It was between 4 and 5 a.m. Now it's between 12 and 3 p.m. Like, it totally changed. There's nothing to support that specific of a time frame. You just assume nobody would break the tradition and have Gingle at another time. Blinding me with science. It's like you're using their own traditions against them. Like, you have to do the seance even though the prosecutor didn't want to because it's your tradition. Nobody would eat Gingle, you know, unless it was between 12 and 3, even though they could. So you're kind of pissing them off with their own traditions. Emma did it. Blame Emma. Is she still up there? No, I think she left. So we only got like one testimony from Emma. That's too bad. Murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the Wright. That is a huge change. Humongous. See, I didn't see that coming though in terms of it changing it by that much. I thought it might change it by like an hour or something. The murder weapon with the accused prints is incontrovertible evidence. Oh, now I'm in my insight to account for this new truth. It was the afternoon. Just change it. It was the night, now it's the afternoon. Wonderful. And they did that without any forensic testing or anything. You can just assume it based on the Gingle tradition. Though a bit dark, the pattern was visible. That's just the ending it shows you for some reason. Time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. I mean, just for argument's sake, it's not like it shows Maya, so it could be anybody, right? Like, at least the other one showed Maya, and it showed Lady Kee'ra, apparently, who transformed into a bird statue. Nobody addressed that still. I'm gonna make a video just about that. That is so... Unless I'm missing something, which I don't think I am. Changing the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency. Probably quite a few of them. Had something that showed what it was like on that day. Like the weather. Or like it was busy. What's obviously going to be the new statement. The vision itself didn't change, just her testimony. Or insight, as it's called. Not very insightful, if I may say. It was the afternoon, the day before the Wright. Well, then it wouldn't have been dark. Is there something that shows it wasn't dark? Or wait. I don't know what I would point to with that. Hang on. Wait a minute. Afternoon of the day before the Wright. So couldn't I just show... But I can't present anything. I have to just find something in the inside itself. You could show that it was iced over. Like right here. Area around the inner sanctum. No. Thick ice that froze the ground until yesterday. Or no, wait, that doesn't even work. No, it does, but how? How do I show it? Let me see. I don't see why it would be something different, because everything else is the same. That's indisputable, that's indisputable. Okay. So it's obviously this one. We already pointed out the gingle. So we have to figure out where we're going with it before we do it. It was the afternoon. It was a bit dark. It shouldn't have been dark. I'm not really sure what exact part would show me that. It was the afternoon. What would be different? Something about his hands, about his position. It's heavy. It's the afternoon of the day before the Wright. It would have been snowy, right? It would have had ice. So you could just point to the ground, I suppose? I don't like it though. It's like a shot in the dark. It does say it though. Right? Let me read it again. Ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum. Okay. That's gotta be it, right? Just point anywhere at the ground. Please. Okay. These have been very broad. Like, it doesn't matter at what time you do them. New inconsistency surface. Should have been frozen over. It is kind of annoying, but today is our day. Okay. The victim saw in his final moments. You have bats in the belfry. Nothing to see. And that is exactly what's so strange. It's clearly not the ground, but I guess we can't say that yet. We gotta go step by step. Apparently Phoenix hasn't seen it either. It should have been impossible to see that pattern. Then it might ask me to prove why. Yeah, I like that. I'm 2 steps ahead. Newspaper has an article. It is tiny in size but huge in importance. Ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the riot. Should have already known that. Victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. See, I like when the judge acknowledges the truth. He doesn't let his bias blind him in that moment. What was the victim looking at? Does he know, or... I mean, I've known for a while now. Phoenix? He was killed elsewhere. Alright, he's opening the door. It didn't seem like he knew based on his dialogue, but he clearly does now. This is exactly what we wanted. Let's break that secret chamber open. Nobody here seems to know about this place. The secret chamber. Oh, now he's acting like he doesn't know. Why does he do that? He acts like he knows and then he doesn't. Just for the benefit of the player. This one's pretty obvious. That's why they call him the bluff master. Obviously they have to do this to let the player guess, but... it's obviously there. Secret hideout the rebels were using. Oh, we're rolling, baby. We're rolling. We already got to the hideout. I thought this would take longer. There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. But who said it had to be the floor? Oh, I forgot about the handprints too. That makes it much more obvious. I wish they hadn't put those there. Because if I had remembered that, that would have made it way too obvious. You could check it for fingerprints. What did he see if not the floor? I mean... I wonder if it penalizes if we chose the other one, probably. Shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. There are 2 distinct hand-shaped impressions on the moss here. The victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab. So what's gonna find out is that he was like sandwiched between that and the statue or something. Because he was like pushing to get away, I think. He was like trapped. That does agree with the seance vision. Where one cannot definitively declare they are one and the same. Why not? No proof that a murder occurred. Well, shouldn't you be shocked that there was a rebel hideout in the first place? I thought this was news to everyone. They should be like, oh shit, we better look at that place. We didn't know it was there. They just completely skipped over that revelation. Okay, cool. They didn't... Oh no, they did know about it. Emma came and checked it yesterday. There just wasn't much talk about it. What do you mean? Second version of the photo I showed you, the luminol. Of course, you had to do it yourself because these clowns don't know what they're doing. Someone had been bleeding in front of the stone slab. So I feel like you can move those slabs up. So it was pushed against him. This information has already been provided to the police. Oh yeah, I don't think we found that out. Couldn't you have told us that earlier? Are you stupid? I've kind of lost appreciation for Emma a little bit. Come on, dude. What are you here for if not that? Police have finished testing the blood. To Sky, your report. Blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Zeh'lot. Would have been nice to know that earlier. Just fire her then. Let her be free. 8 hours straight. This is a chance we've been waiting for, I suppose. Victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. I mean, who would you rather dog out? You hate to do this to Emma, but if you don't do it, Mai's gonna get killed. So that shows you where your priorities are, Phoenix. Victim was killed in the hideout the day before the rite. The body was moved to the plaza by someone we've yet to identify. I think we could do that right now. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zeh'lot praying, he was actually dead. Well, that we've known for a while, I think. I think we've known that for quite some time. That's the only way to explain it. I guess I didn't know exactly how he's moved, though. We have to still come up with that. He was killed in the inner sanctum. That would explain one more thing. The inconsistency of the water being red. How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. Proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. Wait. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Let's read what Phoenix just said. That's not all. Killed at the inner sanctum. How the time of death was made to look. Just that he froze, right? I don't really know. Have a cold front move in overnight. Yes, maybe I should show the elevation thing. I don't even have that anymore. I can't think of anything else. Something to do with the picture? Oh, maybe he was buried in the... I forgot all about that. He was buried in the snow. Damn, Phoenix is on the ball now. He's ahead of me. I did focus. Proof is right here in the photo. I forgot about that. Do you see how the snow has been removed? So the body was put there. We should have used luminol there then. See, I knew we should have sprayed luminol everywhere instead of that one place. Used to keep the victim's body cold, so by the time of death wasn't what it seemed. That makes sense. Time was mistaken and the place too. It proves that your goddamn police are actually slightly more incompetent than our own back home, which is saying quite a bit. You clearly haven't met Gumshoe. Whatever happened to him anyway? We haven't seen him since Trials and Tribulations, have we? I can explain the theme. Rehearsal and the clock. Well, we have to prove the rehearsal. I can easily prove the clock thing, which you heard yesterday, but I guess you forgot. We could say... rehearsal. We could always look at the way the fingerprints are arranged. They always said that in previous cases, underhand, overhand. But whatever, let's see what he comes up with. The clock one is easy. How do we prove Maya was rehearsing? Can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song. Definitely the theme song. You weren't even there with us, so how do you know this? Let's see you try. Damn, Maya's ahead of Phoenix on this one. Yeah, definitely the theme. I like how it lets you choose that. Dude, you heard it yesterday. Are you stupid? You're the one who played the theme. Something there that played the theme song. Wasn't the strap. Once again, it couldn't be a phone or anything. Nothing else in the world can play that theme. Alarm clock. Victim heard this alarm go off. What do you have to prove the alarm went off? You have that it was my client's strap. Okay, throw it right back at him. Come on. But it's just as likely. In fact, it's more likely because that clock was already there. Accused would still be guilty based off her prints on the murder weapon. That's not enough. Oh god. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab. What does that change? It was the afternoon. Wait, she changed two things? Man, how can you still say that with a straight face? Eliminate the dagger. We have to prove that the dagger wasn't the murder weapon. It's that bird statue somehow. Oh god. He doesn't know what it is yet, but he's just saying it. Figure it out later. Yeah, it will be the same. So Gingle doesn't matter, I guess. Punisher theme. Yeah, because we're in the rebel fortress, or the hideout. But they would never eat Gingle at the not prescribed time. They couldn't have any, illicitly hidden away. Totally not. Boom, Punisher theme. Heavy. What am I even looking for right now? Look at the new statement. Stone slab is new. That's new. That's not an issue. That was one of the first two statements. The victim stood, his hands on the stone slab. I mean, he did. Maybe he was kneeling. The angle is kind of hard to judge. He did stand there with his hands on it. But it seems like it came towards him, like it was being pushed. It was pushed into him, and then his back was impaled by the bird statue. So how do I show that? It was the afternoon of the day before the Wright. We agree with that, we just proved that. What exactly do we show here? This one might be a little tricky, let me think. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab. Or maybe something else changed? That did happen, that did happen. Well, not the accused, but into the victim's neck. The nape of his neck? I don't know what that means, nape. It's straight true, he departed from this world. Maybe he was on his hands and knees or something? So what claim did she give up here? That she was being pushed into the defenseless victim's neck? I'm not sure how to show this exactly. Gingle, theme, heavy, punch or knife. Do they not see the motion of the stone? He's pushing it back and it's being pushed against. I guess he wasn't defenseless? I could show heavy that he's not defenseless, that he's pushing back. That seems kind of weak. I don't like it. I feel like I'm gonna get a strike. It makes some sense, but he was pushing something heavily. Yeah, fuck. Let's see if we get any dialogue that helps us. Okay. Let's see. I mean, it makes sense from a certain point of view, but he wasn't defenseless because he was pushing back against it. Let me think. The accused plunged the knife. So right now we're worried about the knife. Try to prove it isn't the knife. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab. That is correct. He did do that. What about it? Like, is there something I'm missing? Let's look at it. Maybe he was on the ground? I don't know how that would work. He got pushed back into the bird, who would be on this side because the secret hideout's open, or like it turns around when you go inside. He was impaled on that. But how on earth do I show that? Used by Lady Kee'ra. It was read before the right, which makes sense now. It's not like I can present anything to this, it's just more... bladed weapon. It's that stupid statue all along, I knew it. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. I can't really dispute that. There's something that shows he's not standing, maybe? He's too high up, though. He would have to be. This one's kind of tough. Punisher theme. It was the afternoon of the day before the right. And nobody saw him from this time on? Or they just thought he was praying? Wait. Is it the gingle again? The fact that... No, but that's how we proved what time it was in the first place. Noon, the day before the right. Someone was there, and the theme played. The accused plunged the knife into the neck. I was to show his hands? That he wasn't defenseless? I don't know, I don't have much. I'm at 3 Magatama and I said I can't save it today, so... He's not defenseless because his hands... Is there something that changes? Look at his hands really closely. What did I try the first time? When I got it wrong, I just pointed to the heavy to show that it wasn't defenseless. He's pushing back. Let me show like the middle part where he's actually pushing. Like right there. It's his own hand. It's not gonna be right. Yeah, this is one of those moments I just don't know. Fuck. Oh, I did so good up to here. I'm actually at a loss. I don't know what it is. We're trying to discredit the knife. What about the knife doesn't work here? He smells that, he hears that. He feels the heaviness of it being pushed towards him. He feels the pain. What about this would discredit the knife? Maybe I don't know. I actually don't know. Come on, I can do this. He stood with his hands on the stone slab. How can I dispute that? I can show that he wasn't defenseless by hitting heavy when it's pain at the same time. Like he fought back. I don't know. Defenseless victim's neck. Maybe it wasn't instant, but we know it's instant. It's pretty instant. Am I gonna lose to this? What does the knife say? Only have 2 megatama left. Used by Lady Kee'ra. How can this be? I don't have any... They put the knife in there. Final cord, wound to his back. Same weapon, blah blah blah. Fuck. I don't know what to do. The priestess acting as Lady Kee'ra. Must know her name. This doesn't have anything to do with that. This one's gonna be annoying. It's not very clear. Which is fine, but like, man. But presumably there was more blood, but the water washed it out. It all went in the water. I'm not seeing anything that we could show that with, though. Yeah, I'm kind of doubting myself now. This is for all the marbles. Dude, Maya's gonna die. I don't get to cheat. I don't get to save and reset. This is it, dude. What am I missing? Or at the very least, I can consult them, I suppose. Does it let me do that in the middle here? I can consult Maya. Help me, Maya. Summon Mia. It's worth it. Screw the queen. Just do it. Will it let me do it in the middle, or do I have to get it wrong again? I didn't want to even use that, but... Yeah, I need help. I can't do this. I can't find any inconsistencies. Truthfully. Help me. The one that said... The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab. But what's wrong with that? I don't see what you mean. Sensations to that insight. At least you give me the right one to look at. Oh my... come on. I don't get it. This one's hard. So the statement is definitely that one. I had a notion, but what is it? Oh, so she said, it's this statement. Look at the sensations. So you'd still be able to smell. You'd still be able to hear. Just the heaviness? To show that he was not standing, he was being pushed, he was moving. I don't know what else it could be. This one's kind of odd. I don't know. I'm having trouble. Come on, I'll go with that. Just the fact that it was heavy, therefore he was moving.
Objection!
Okay, I guess that's it. Had to use a consultation. Stand while bent over. Well, we know he's not bent over. He's standing, according to what she just said. But... okay, but she just said that. So I guess it's the fact that he's not standing, he's moving. Alright, I guess that one's okay. He couldn't have been held down. He could have been pushed against something. He's getting pushed with something. Alright. What was the heavy sensation? That block being pushed against him. Also the matter of Zeh'lot's hand on the stone. Why were they even there? Because he was getting pushed. It'll be a question and answer thing, right? I don't have any proof aside from the picture again. Falling stone slam. Culprit couldn't be jumping on him. Stone slabs falling over. I think of it more as being pushed underneath. But then where did the stab come from? Huh. So then he fell into the knife? So he wasn't pushed, he was like dropped into it. Cause of death was not. Yeah. So he fell backwards into the knife. No, it happened at the same time. It would have to. He was like mid-fall. Okay, so we get one lifeline. Maya saved us. That's all we get. Had the killer been behind the victim, they would both have been crushed together. But then there should be blood on the slab, too. How could the dagger... It wasn't the dagger, it was the statue. Holy shit, dude. How long ago? How long ago? As soon as the case started, I said, it was not going to be the murder weapon. 100%. But none of them were the knives. 2, to use any of the weapons found within. Oh, there are other knives there too? It's not that hard. It's the bird that started it all. By the way, the same bird that the prosecutor said yesterday was Lady Kee'ra in the vision. Doesn't it look just like her? I'll never get over that one. He was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. That's not really how it works, but okay. The shape would be different. Come on, it wouldn't be exactly the same. Show a picture of that. Don't give me any hints. Dagger like? Or is it going to be one of those things in the background? Yeah, no shit. Don't lay it on thick. I'm pretty proud of coming up with that so early. What's that stupid picture right here? Do we actually have to show it in that angle, though? What else could show it? We could show this. But I think... And then we should have to point it out, too. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Look at that, dude. Look at that. Who called it? Fuck that. Also known as Lady Kee'ra in the flesh. Am I right, Sodomy? Exactly. Dagger-like feathers protruding from it. Ah, this is what really took the victim's life, and your police were too incompetent to figure that out. Imbecilic fool. But it would turn around. The whole point of getting in there. So what is on the other side? Just blank space? Just a wall? Yeah. Switch a route. Yeah, that would happen automatically. You couldn't prevent that from happening. So if you had gone in yourself, you would see it. That's what you get for leaving Emma to do all your dirty work for you. That's one thing I respect about Phoenix. He does all his own legwork. That's the victim. Came toppling towards him on its own, or did someone push it? Was it just an accident? So nobody was there? Imagine getting accused of killing someone that died in an accident. Hugh's fingerprints were found on the dagger. The dagger wasn't the murder weapon. So it doesn't even matter. Who cares? It's not even relevant anymore. You could have said that an hour ago. That would still implicate her. In the defense's favor. So quickly, huh? Its sharp, protruding feathers took Zeh'lot's life. It's also a revolving door. Can we inspect it further? I miss being able to do that, examining every object up close, spinning it around and stuff. Now we know how Acolyte Zeh'lot really met his demise. No basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Now we have to overturn the other one. Was it really just an accident? Is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. Well, you've at least been doing it in cases 1 and 3 right here. We've seen that firsthand. She finally gets it. Please just take a look in the mirror and reflect. At least we didn't have to kick you out this time. You did it to yourself. No, you don't, dude. You're worried about Maya. We gotta overturn the other verdict. It was an accident? I still don't get it. For the high priest murder. No, but then... Why am I saying it's an accident? The body would move. Just the way he explained it made it sound like an accident. The stone came falling on its own and he just accidentally fell back into the spike. Into the feather spike thing. The body found in the positive devotion moved by the real killer only after the dagger was thrust into him. It wasn't really thrust, it was just... Oh no, I meant the statue. Okay. Why would the real go to such lengths? Moving into the plaza was a warning from the Twilight Realm, no. Crime committed for fun, no. To make it look like a serial murder. I guess, but it is a serial murder by the same person. So why would that matter? Like, it actually is. So to frame her, you could have just said that. But it is an actual serial murder, we just have the wrong person. The only way that would be true is if it's fake, is if one person killed one and somebody else killed the other. But he's implying it's the same person. So it's not a fake serial killing. Haven't heard that in a while. I don't like this character. I really don't. Sodomy. Your reasoning has more holes. He's just not that threatening. Like he's just all talk. He's had like one good moment. That was yesterday when he put the nail in the first trial. But that was about it. More holes than cheese that your foreigners enjoy. Those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of... Okay, only a rat like you could love. Good insult, though. Much like your putrid, hole-riddled brain has putrefied. Kind of like your legal system has gone putrid, your country has gone putrid. How about that? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer for the first one. Have you given up on Zeh'lot, or is it the same way? Careful analysis of the chain of events exposes the truth. Disguised as Lady Kee'ra, the accused found the rebel hideout. Oh, you're not giving up. Day before the Wright. Zeh'lot had followed there after noticing her suspicious behavior. You can't speak for him like that. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him. We'll just replace she with the wife and you got it. Okay. When the high priest arrived, maybe you did when you were asleep. They tossed you in there. I don't see why though. High priest arrived the next day. He realized what she had done. Why would he even go there with her then? That's when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. That part doesn't make any sense. If he knew what she had done, or did he say once he arrived there? Okay. I guess he had some visceral reaction that she saw. It's alright. Only in the first case. The second case seems to be clear. Why would she move the body where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? Yeah, it's like she's framing herself. Likely a warning to the rebels. Lady Kee'ra will slay the divine dragons. But then why not just kill them with it? I am Kee'ra. And it even has another Death Note reference, the fact that you need the name and the face to do the seance. She was just saying that. Something along the lines of, okay, he won't give up this theory that she's Lady Kee'ra. He could have made the case without doing that. Just say she killed these two people without saying she's Lady Kee'ra. That is why she moved the body to the plaza. As the judge convinced too. Can we call the wife to the stand? That's all I want. Groans of distress. Come on, don't give up like yesterday. Not time to end your futile struggle. He's been doing pretty good so far today, though. A dead lawyer walking. Now they're saying that too many times. At first it was cool. I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. Defense's reasoning had a... Okay. Now I realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Well, something does happen right before you die that would explain that smell. Who could have killed Zeh'lot on the day before the Wright? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access? Is there somebody besides the wife I'm not thinking of? I think the wife is the only... Wait. What if one killer is him? Oh, that'd be weird. What if the victim himself killed his own apprentice and then the wife killed him? That would be very complex. Who knew about... It almost seems like they're going towards that. Only those involved with the Wright can enter. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. The only person involved had access to the sanctum was the victim himself. Huh? So they are two different killers. That is kind of odd. There is another suspect in Zeh'lot's murder. Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. I guess I'm jumping the gun still by mentioning the wife. Does such a figure exist? Tell us, who might that be? Why would I think it's the wife? Nobody mentioned that the wife is a rebel. Nobody said that. So it couldn't be her. Oh, this is weird. Someone allowed to enter the sanctum who knew of the hideout. And that person would be the high priest himself. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the Wright. Been a crime on the dead. Knowing very well they tell no tales. They seem to tell a lot of tales through Rafa. That's an odd quote to use here. But he was a rebel too. Why don't we do a seance for... Well, we did. Channel? You can't do that. Well, you're not allowed to. Maya, channel the victim. Or we're gonna see the insights again. Dude. I mean, I'd like to channel. I feel like, I don't know. Want to go for channeling? So tell the queen to do it? I mean, Maya could do it, but she's not allowed, quote unquote. Is this not allowed in court or what? Yeah, that's not what the whole country is based on. Totally true and accurate. It wasn't nationally televised, internationally televised when Maya channeled Mia in the Eeny Meeny case, as Francisca said. That was worldwide televised. Everyone saw her do it. Even the whole crux of the case was that she did it in the chamber to kill the person. So you don't watch news, I guess. You only got one channel here. Yeah, we can't just ask her to do it. Seance. Won't she get in trouble? I thought only she was supposed to be able to do it. I mean, you're gonna die anyway. You're gonna get killed. Now she finally does it. Could have used Mia the whole time. We wouldn't have needed this. So stupid how they don't understand that. Making her look bad. Why not just do it? Don't even ask. Just do it first and then say, whoops. Foreigner, the descendant of Ami Faye, who invented this throat channeling technique. You guys are clowns. I hate that retcon so much. That, okay. Is the accused capable of performing? Yes. It's not a secret art, dude. I guess this country's closed off. That's the only way they could say that, but still. It kind of goes both. Is she gonna do it for us? Or she's gonna defend us? She's gonna help us. Wait, she's a clown too. Because she messed up every case. Oh, sacred and secret art. That a little girl named Pearl Faye can do too. By the way, it's like, you know what it is? It's like the Super Saiyan effect. You know how when Goku became a Super Saiyan, it was a big deal. The first in 1,000 years, it was like, oh my goodness, we've never seen that. It's such an amazing moment. Then Vegeta becomes one. Then you see Trunks as one. Then the kids become one. Goten, Trunks as little kids. And then, like, soon everybody becomes one, right? Who else becomes one? One of the really young kids, Goten. Pan doesn't, but it becomes trivialized. So it's the same thing with this. First, only Mai could do it, and only when she was really in a stressed out situation, like she thinks Phoenix is going to lose, it triggers it. And she could only channel her sister because they have like a family connection, makes it easier to do. And only Misty could do it. And the Fae line. Now all of a sudden Pearl could do it. Now the Queen comes out of nowhere. There's probably other people who could. And it's now she can just channel anyone she wants. She can channel some random victim. I don't know. What if she fails? She's never channeled anyone besides Mia. She tried to, and it led to the Eeny Meeny incident. Yeah, then I become the next queen. Or she becomes the next queen. Well, we were gonna be executed anyway. Well, then you failed miserably at detaining that's Arbol guy. For I have a Magatama of parting. New mechanic. Let's see. Can send spirits back. Even though nobody can do this, apparently, except for the queen. So why would you need this, and why would you keep it on you? Shouldn't the queen keep it with one of her assistants next to her? Why would you need it here? It's almost like you knew this was going to happen, but you obviously didn't. What a random thing. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. I'm surprised you know that term. You didn't even know Freedom Express a day ago. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Sodomy? Even though you screwed this trial up already. Accuse me, channel the high priest spirit. Take a short recess to prepare. I mean, Maya's more of an instinct girl. She just does it in a moment of pressure. Holy shit. Oh, do I get my Megatamas back then? That was pretty stressful. I had to use that stupid consultation once. Should only be allowed like one lifeline like that. It did actually help me a lot though. Sorry, Maya, this is the only way. If I could have channeled one person at the start of this case, it wouldn't have been a victim. I would have just said, turn into Mia and just stay that way the whole time. And I could have pretended like that you could actually escape that way. Go into the court as Maya, say I gotta use the bathroom, then come out as Mia and just say, I don't know where she went. It must be somebody else. You got the wrong girl. And then she's out of here. Because they wouldn't believe that she knew how to spirit channel. Yeah, you've never done any one besides Mia. I don't know where they get that number from. The only time I remember her trying and failing was in Turnabout Goodbyes. Seems like every other time she would always get it. Even if, like I said, it was a shock moment that triggered it. Well, what if I fail to channel the victim, but I can channel Mia instead? Will that count? Because we know you can do that for sure. But it still counts as spirit channeling. It's the wrong person. No, it has to specifically be him. Will she look like him then? Because that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to change her appearance. It's gonna be odd. People always used to joke about that, like, what if she channeled a guy? Or like when Misty channeled Gregory, what did it look like? Because the khur'ain technique means you physically take on their appearance. Maybe it's just the face in that case. Always gets her sister's boobs. Once we hear Abbott Emmy's story, the truth will come to light. He was hiding the fact that he was a rebel. Cut and dry, isn't it? Not dried. Okay, is this the same bailiff who rescued me yesterday? Can't tell, they all look the same. If so, thanks, man, you saved my life. Thumbs up. Can you just do it here, so in case you fail, you can try again? Nope. Just put your neck on the line, literally. Oh, this is gonna look weird. Or is it just not gonna change her appearance randomly? I wonder why they let me do this. They have no reason to. Should, but not could. Oh yeah, I remember that from the first case. To be able to channel spirits, but now you're surprised that I'm able to? I guess they didn't know that she was training under some other pretense. Fruits of the training in your kingdom. Good to get it off her chest again. Neophyte practitioner. She just likes it because it's a big word. Okay, what's it gonna look like? She never did anything like this before. She never said anything like that. She would just transform in a spur of the moment. Wow, the appearance did change. What did I tell you? Look at his eyes. What's with that? Mia's eyes never look like that. Why is that? That was easy. It didn't even feel that dramatic because you knew. Yeah, it couldn't be a trick. We didn't have any time to prepare for that. Stop calling her a neophyte. What of this hair? Oh, I was wondering why his eyes were black there. I guess they were just closed. Perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Well, you were a rebel. You two shuffled off that mortal coil. Oh, he acknowledges her as a spirit medium. Secret art. What is secret art? These gorgeous locks. Don't be weird, dude. Hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Yeah, that's the most important thing. Alright, get over the hair thing. Don't waste time. We gotta get to the... Who killed you? What do you remember? Kimono. Oh, you can do that because you're a male, at least, thankfully. Now just leave it like that when Maya comes back, and then we'll be all good. Why are you that foreign lawyer? Oh, why you are that foreign lawyer people speak of. So we never met him. Isn't that the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? You've been accused of murder. No, I don't care about that. No, we don't care about that. We care about who killed you. Just tell us that. Yeah, you'll break Maya's leg. What the fuck are you doing? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve body control. Don't do that. Your disciple Zeh'lot has been murdered. Happened on the day before the Wright. Are we gonna get him to break down? This is like the Dahlia thing, where we cross-examined Dahlia on the stand when she was being channeled. Crime occurred in the rebel hideout, and then we'll get the wife after that. She has been killed. It was you, wasn't it? Or is it not gonna be him then after all this? You were secretly a rebel. I mean, you're already dead. Maybe you want to protect your reputation. Yeah, I said that. This is some weird shit. Advanced prayer pose. Even if he is a rebel, you shouldn't say that. At least he admits it. Not even my wife knew. I bet she did, and I bet she killed you. Why don't we just ask him point blank, who killed you? Do you remember? This is the whole point of summoning a spirit from the dead. Who killed you? Why did you join the rebellion? Yeah, we've wasted enough talking about hair and stuff. You should have said that earlier. So you and Acolyte Zealot, Maya Fey, we've already disproven the Zealot part. That should be off the table. But don't you remember?
Objection!
High Priest says his memory is hazy. Now he's doing this to protect his own wife, but why? Protect himself and his wife? Because he knows that his wife still has more good to do as the rebel hunter, even though she killed him. Obviously he's lying, bold-faced. Can we use the Magatama on him now? You were the one who killed him. Nothing about my disciple's murder. I have an alibi of my own. It's impossible. This is kind of a dumb scenario, but it's okay. Why don't we just do this in every case? And I guess she didn't have the confidence to try it. More out of necessity. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just think about his motivation. Why would he even care if he's dead? So you gotta think about it that way. He wants to protect his wife, or he genuinely doesn't know. Or remember, past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. I believe my guests can corroborate this. That's it. Who were there? Time Zeh'lot was murdered. Wright told me about the spirit's memory. Cut off at the moment of death. Even one that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense a gap in time. So we should know who killed him. Oh, we're first trying to kill he proved Zeh'lot. Apparently we haven't established that clearly enough. I thought it was made abundantly clear. Then we gotta get the wife on the stand. I have an ironclad alibi. It's past noon. We entertain guests. Let's question them. Who are these people? So you could ask him now, what time exactly did the murder take place? Because he hasn't been watching the trial. So how would he even know that? Remember, the autopsy was even wrong. So did we ever say? This is one of those Furio Tigre moments. He could say when it happened. How does he even know that? They never told him, and he wouldn't know if he didn't know anything about the murder. He just implicated himself heavily, but they won't let me go off that. How do you know when it took place? So I would have asked, what exactly? What time did the murder take place? Since you're the one making that claim. Kingdom of khur'ain itself you wish to ridicule. I think it's ridiculed itself by now. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins, but you don't have computers and stuff. On that one TV channel you have? This is just like arbitrary dialogue. It's not gonna get you anywhere, Phoenix. Had the makings of a criminal. Yeah, even though he got killed. If he got caught as a rebel, I suppose. He did admit to being a rebel already. Past noon, I was entertaining guests with the... I guess I could disprove that. Or it was just... Wait. Oh, it's a different day. I was thinking of the photo with Maya and Zeh'lot. Or wait. Day before the riot. Isn't this it? So wouldn't this disprove? Not really. Wasn't it Maya and Zeh'lot? Most enjoyable conversation. Well, let's try it though. People say a lot of things. What the hell is that? By mnemonic faculties. What is he doing with that Magatama? I may have died, but my memories are crystal clear. Especially for a dead priest. Yeah, we get it. You've beaten this like a dead horse. But then why don't you ask him who killed him? I don't see why he'd lie about that. We haven't even touched that subject. Maybe he doesn't know, but let's at least check. Enjoying Gingli cuisine with dear friends. Everyone's breath becomes equally... what? Malodorous. So maybe that's the Gingli he smelled was the breath? I'm not sure. You guys can corroborate this? Okay, tell us who they were. Yeah, that was the right question. What was the other question I asked? I was entertaining guests at my home. I don't think I said one for that. Like, until when did you entertain them? From when to when exactly? I don't know how he knew when the murder was committed, even. No one told him. He can't be called here to testify. His magistrate with his family. He couldn't attend the right due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. What are the chances of that? How his daughter has grown. I'm not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbott. Late evening's cooking simply can't be beat. When exactly was his magistrate at your home? From 2 to 3, so what about 12 to 2? How do you know that? That wasn't established through any means. Even the autopsy was just updated to that effect. Routing check concerning the game of whatever was on the table. You can't testify as a judge either. You can't even corroborate that. Magistrate and family, they visit from 2 to 3. So it still leaves 12 to 2 open. Sure as can be. How wonderful to have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. They wouldn't be because you're a judge anyway, so. Why is it so important to you anyway? Clock or watch was off. Wow, the judge is really defending this. I guess that day were his majesty. Visited from 2 to 3. Guess I could ask who else was with him. And then we could check into them. Now do you understand? Wait, was I not meant to? It's really not, but... He said 2 to 3, so what about 12 to 3? You just left that window open. 12 to 2. Just show that you had a 2-hour window. The prayer feast was short. First of all, when does this have a timestamp? I don't think so. Is there a clock in the background here? I don't see it. The judge said there was. Too friendly with the judge, which truly would be a way to discredit both the judge and the witness if they were getting too friendly. And actually, that's what I said at first. He knew the time of the crime, which he shouldn't know. He shouldn't know that. I said that at the beginning. Dude, I like when stuff like that is rewarded. When you were still alive. Look at his spirit there. It's a little bit over the top. How did you know what time the crime had been committed? If we were going to go through this trouble, why don't we channel that old queen? What was her name? Amara? Channel her and ask her who killed her if it wasn't Dirk. Can we do that later? How did you know what time the crime had been committed? I'm glad they at least admitted that. But then logically I could have done that at the beginning if it was me. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. And bless with a sacred prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. But if it leads to you being a rebel, I don't think we need. Purge your mind of greed and bias. By a rebel. But it can't make a contradiction disappear. Oh, here we go. Mr. Sodomy over here. Lord seems to think little of the power of earnest prayer. But I seem to know more about spirit channeling than you people. Not again. Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. Explained by him being rebels, the speaker behind the thing, I had forgotten about. Listening device installed at the hideout. Now, did Sotheby know that before he said that, or was he just grasping and it happened to be... Okay. But then why didn't you say anything about it? Wait, so does that mean Zeh'lot was a rebel or not? Because we still haven't said that for sure. And saw such an apparatus. There was, yeah. I thought that was maybe something hidden from even the rebels, but that way they would know if somebody found it. What's it connected to? How would you know for sure it was him who was killed? Now, can we say that Steel Samurai, the Plumed Punisher theme was playing, so you couldn't have heard Zeh'lot over that? You'll find the tape in question. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Go get the wife too while you're at it. Won't be needing her soon. What does that have to do with prayer? Tutored brain should understand it now. I don't see what that had to do with anything. So there were no contradictions there. You had to just press everything and wait for Phoenix to catch up. New testimony. I heard everything. I was entertaining his majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a woman... how much later could it have been? Because... a man and a woman quarreling. So it was the defendant, apparently. Altercation between Zeh'lot and Maya Fey. Why are you trying to frame Maya, man? You could just say you don't know who it is. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. You can't have it both ways. Bring Albie in here. Almost forgot it was Maya and all this craziness. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a holy man. Makes no sense. Shouldn't he invoke the ire of your people? You morons. If it was the other way, you'd be saying rebel, rebel, rebel. He's a rebel and a murderer. Of another holy person. His own student. Although we don't know the motive really, do we? Maybe he just found out he's a rebel? Let's be more complex than that. Entertaining magistry. Listen to the tape. I heard a man and a woman quarreling. Altercation between Zeh'lot and Maya. After that, there was a loud noise followed by silence. There's a loud noise. So that would be the stone slab falling on top of him. His majesty. What would I ask there? I keep forgetting to do that. I was entertaining his majesty and his family when the crime occurred. Well, he wouldn't know exactly when, but then based on the recording, I guess he could deduce. When did you check the recording? Is what I would ask. When did you listen to the recording? Now, I believe was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Her wife was there. In the kitchen cooking up a storm, so it couldn't have been her. I don't think I saw her at all that day. Oh. First chance this is Vector, finally. Holy shit. Can you prove that? What was your wife making? I guess that's a more subtle way to get to it. I would just ask, from what time to what time was she cooking? Or, yeah, just go with the timestamp thing. Hotten spice, suffice, and melt and mott. Traditional Korean dishes. What about the gingli? Haven't you been eating here, Phoenix, though? You should know something about the food. Not like you just got here. Or I could have just asked, did you see her that day? Because the judge says he didn't. I'll say, did you see her and when? Now I could get him on that Steel Samurai thing. I could say, if he didn't really listen to it, I could say, was there anything else you heard? And then he'd say, no, nothing really. And then I could present the Plumed Punisher thing. But assuming that's not it, you could just ask him, what time exactly did you listen to it? When exactly did you listen to it? And furthermore, how would you know what time it was recorded at? I guess it would have some way of telling you that, but you could inquire more about the details. I guess we'll get the tape in a minute too. Each night I would check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my wife if she discovered my secret. She probably did, and such serious trouble she killed your dumb ass. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Okay. That's not the point. Improves your hearing. But it's not his hearing I'm questioning, it's... You can't really tell what happens anywhere just by listening. It could have been something else. Could have been just another rebel doing something. All 5 senses can be sharpened. The warbot over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? You could be right, but that's just one of those lucky guesses. Sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zeh'lot and Acolyte Faye. What did they say? Exactly. See, I wouldn't ask that. Was it really them? You know he's gonna just say yes. You should ask, what specifically did you hear? What were they talking about? I don't care about conclusion under the circumstance. I'm saying, what did you see? What did you hear? That's not the point. He loves that word alibi. Make like a mollusk and clam up. That's a new one. Loud noise followed by haunting silence. What would I ask here? I close my eyes. I'm not going to read what he asked. What would I ask to that? Loud noise followed by haunting silence. I could say, how long did the encounter last? Like from the start of the sound to the end? Or... You can't really ask, what do you think the sound was? That's just speculation. I'd say that's worth looking into, but you shouldn't really ask the witness that. Terrible crashing sound. You just ask, what did it sound like? So now we have 2 new statements added. The wife being missing and that. But it's kind of throwing me for a loop. Oh, we started with 4, now we have 6. Describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zeh'lot must have felt so heavy. How do you know it fell against the victim? Yeah, that's quite a leap there. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zeh'lot, it must have felt so heavy. Like, how do you know it involved the victim? Or how do you know that particular noise was something that hurt the... Because the same way that we didn't mention the time of death, we didn't mention the stone slab thing to him yet. So how do you know what it was? Or what do you think it was? The death knell. It actually wasn't though. All here to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zu Shirde Shere Matami Yoma. We haven't heard that one yet. High hopes for that young man's future. Doesn't matter. So there haven't been any contradictions in either of these. I just keep pressing and it keeps going. So there was nothing there? Did you stop by the rebel hideout after his majesty left? Okay, this is new. Shouldn't it have been turned around though? The bird statue would be the other way. And the water would be red. It was already moved, you're saying. Dispose of it and anything else incriminating. When you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Show the one without the blood. Is he telling the truth? Why would we believe him there? We haven't really established her guilt anymore. It's kind of the same as before. Damn, dude. Oh, it's the same one. So it must be something to do with that. This is what he saw after the incident. What about that doesn't make sense? There would be some blood there. No, the stone slab should be down. Or rather, the bird should have blood on it. Because that was never cleaned up. It was still there at the very end. Or is it to say that that was his own blood? Okay, that's not gonna matter. We can't disprove that yet, I don't think. Listen to tape later. Sound like an altercation. Loud noise followed by haunting silence. Describe it. I mean, you could almost say, if we had the insight that this stupid radio clock thing was playing, it wouldn't have been silent. You would have been able to hear the Plume Punisher theme. But I doubt that's where it wants me to go. Huh. What exactly does it want me to go after? Something about this. But he doesn't say this is exactly how it looked in the testimony. What would be different? Wouldn't the water already be red? And the bird statue would have blood? And the slab could still be down, although I think he said still, how do you know exactly when the crime occurred? I can say with confidence you could show what? There's nothing that nothing definitive here. Terrible crash. Now there's much more testimony I could get until the judge is growing impatient. Be some changes in both the testimony and the evidence. Could very well be an inconsistency. It's obviously that new piece I got, I just don't know how. I don't think I could even use consultation now because there's nobody there. When the crime occurred. Just as he saw it after the incident. Is it the clock? If so, I can barely see it. That wouldn't make any sense though, because it's not like he took the photo. What could be different? He should have just seen the blood on the other one, right? Because he would have had to spun the bird around. But how do I show that? When I heard the tape, I heard a woman and a man quarreling. Now we could disprove that with the insight to show that the victim didn't hear any voice. There was no woman's voice. Unless that woman was your wife, then I don't mind it. Sounded like an altercation between Zeh'lot and Faye. Loud noise followed by silence. Terrible crash, it must have felt so heavy. We could check our Maya's fingerprints on that stone slab. This is a hard part. You would think it'd be the new piece I got, but what about this scene contradicts with his testimony? He doesn't mention that anywhere where he says it's the same. Come on, this is like the final boss, even though it's not. I was entertaining his magistrate and his family when the crime occurred. You can't really disprove that. She was cooking, which is okay, I guess. Listening to the tape, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. I don't know how I can really show that they didn't. Altercation between Zeh'lot and Faye. There was a loud noise followed by a haunting silence. I described the noise as a terrible crash. It must have felt so heavy. It's something with this picture, but what? There's nothing clear. Maybe I should listen to it again? I think some of these statements are just useless though. Let me read this again. You heard everything from a recording. But then he said he saw it too later. Okay, this is all a dead end. You heard the bird in the plaza. Nothing there. Seems like it's the last one. Maybe just that you wouldn't have known that it would have been heavier or what had fallen. Because everything was back in its spot. How would you know it's heavy? I'll go with that. Please.
Objection!
That's kind of weak, but it must be so heavy. How do you know what it was? He keeps incriminating himself. A heavy feeling. Yeah, that was oddly specific testimony. Get that animation. No, don't say that, you moron. Let him answer. Now you're telling him what you... Oh yeah, that's what I meant. But there's no way you could have known that. But you gotta ask him. What was it? Let him incriminate himself. No, don't give him info. You just ruined your own point. You shouldn't have told him that. Judge, come on. He knew how the victim was really killed. That's a new picture. It doesn't show anyone else in the frame though. I guess that's not really true, but he could have deduced it from the scene, but... Shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals, good one. Inmate was with his magistrate at the time of the crime. Precludes him from being the killer. Couldn't have been earlier? You just said he was the killer. Are you... So what is that? You just said he can't be the killer and that he is the killer. Maybe his wife's the killer? What are you doing, Phoenix? Oh, you heard it from the real culprit, I guess? Couldn't have heard it during the trial. He could have inferred it, but that's a lead. I like how they said that only the real killer could know it, but he can't be the real killer. Like... From the real killer. his wife. But then why did his wife kill him? Yeah, now we've waited a long time. This is one of the longest, latest reveals of a villain ever. Look how late it is. And Phoenix hasn't said, I don't think, a single line of dialogue, except for maybe the one preceding this, to implicate her. He hasn't touched her. So that's kind of good writing. They kind of let you come to it yourself, but it took him a long time to get there. Finally. Visiting the priest's home. You didn't see in me there at all, did you? Did the high priest ever leave your sight? So he couldn't have seen her either. But that was only 1 hour. He could have seen him right to the room's entryway. The high priest has an ironclad alibi. I still don't think he does, but his wife does not. I'm insinuating that Miss and me might have killed. Don't say might have, just say she did. No objection? Took you a while. Now, to be fair, Phoenix kind of put his foot in his own mouth by saying he just accused the high priest of being the killer like 5 or 6 times, very clearly and bluntly. Now he's saying, oh, he couldn't have done it. It's the wife. He shouldn't have been so confident. He even convinced me to change my theory, but I was still saying she killed him. Also a rebel, kind of like the one posing as Lady Kee'ra. She would have to be if she was a killer. He wouldn't just randomly be the killer. Like, even Maya has been accused of that. You sound like Von Karma. Francisco Von Karma. Lady Kee'ra would kill Zeh'lot, even though he was... Oh, here we go again. How many times do we have to go through this? High priest was secretly a rebel. If we follow... It would follow this favorite disciple could be a rebel too. Killed her husband as well. That's the more obvious one. To rid the kingdom of rebels. I don't think we can rule it out. But then why would he be defending her? He should know all this. My wife is the rebel hunting Lady Kee'ra, and that she slew both Zeh'lot and myself. My lovely wife, that is utterly impossible. Never seen the high priest so angry. Well, he didn't state anything logical, he's just yelling. Well, double jeopardy. Well, it's not double jeopardy because she's already... Well, if it was too late to overturn it, then why even bother with this show trial? No, we can stop the channeling, channel Mia, and then summon this stupid wife. She's actually not stupid at all, though. I have to give her credit. But why would he hide it? I don't get it. Lawyer has forgotten. My wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kee'ra. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with a child. Now this is new information. I mean, it doesn't prove anything. Maybe she's just that capable. Your better argument would be just that she doesn't have any combat experience, but she must. I don't remember them ever saying that. What the fuck? They never said that. I would have remembered that. Maybe it was a really brief comment in passing. I swear they never mentioned that. And she certainly doesn't look it. Abominable Kee'ra figure Usumi and Acolyte was the accused. Can't we just say, oh, Maya's pregnant too? And then you have to disprove it. client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels. This is what you should have said the first day when you're about to be declared guilty. You could say, my wife doesn't have combat experience. How could a weak young woman like her possibly? This is what I was saying all along. Foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed lady in me. Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. She channeled somebody? Power to battle those black-hearted rebels. She was in spirit channeling form. So we proved that ourselves. So if we said it yesterday, you had no argument. Are they really going to say that? She was in spirit channeling form. That's how she gained the strength. Okay. He's trying to pacify the witness. I thought we were done with this guy. Such a dumb claim. Oh, now we're getting the final boss music, right? Channel Lady Kee'ra's spirit. I mean, if that was true, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kee'ra's true name, so she could have done it. Did she know the name 2 years ago, then when she first got here? You wouldn't have had... She wouldn't have had that info at the beginning. It's been going on for 2 years. This is my favorite song right here, though. Definitely from the whole game. Spirit medium who knows Lady Kee'ra's true name, so she could have done it. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to skip that. The attack can kill me with a strength beyond any mortal woman. So it was the real Lady Kee'ra who returned to root out the rebels among us. So shouldn't you be happy with that? You worship Lady Kee'ra, but you reject her judgment when she does come back? No, I really don't understand. You didn't even know she could do this until today. Look at that clipping. Is that clipping or is it just at a weird angle? Oh no, that's like way behind. It's a banner. Looked like it was going through that. This is the only way the accused could have defeated. That is such a stupid theory. Dead proof of her terrible power. So prove that she can channel something from how many years ago? Thousands of years ago? Hundreds of years ago? That is pretty stupid. That's why if you made that argument yesterday, they wouldn't have been able to say that because she hadn't channeled spirits yet. Literally, haha. Time to let go and move on. This is getting a little bit silly. Spirit channeling all the way. She couldn't have known the name 2 years ago when the killings first started. She only just became the representative of, to be able to know the name. Faye channeled Kee'ra's spirit. No, she did not. The spirit medium who knows Lady Kee'ra's name, but when did she discover it? The real Lady Kee'ra, such a ridiculous theory. She attacked and killed me with a string. Why couldn't you just say she channeled somebody who's more strong than she is? Like some insurgent or something. Why does it have to be Lady Kee'ra herself? This testimony I would show as an example of why people don't like spirit channeling in Phoenix Wright. Just look at what we're talking about. Look how far off the track we are. She channels the spirit. She knows the name. Like, come on, dude. Okay. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kee'ra's spirit. What would I ask to that? I would ask, do you know how old Lady Kee'ra is? How old is Lady Kee'ra? And then I would press that point. How can you prove that she'd be strong enough to do that? There's no proof whatsoever that she did that. It's total conjecture. Do you know how old she is? Yeah, it is very far-fetched. Very far. But that was like 5 minutes ago. You just died. That's a big difference in time. True. She's a spirit medium who knows Kee'ra's true name. Where is it again? It's like right here. Wait, oh, it's in the last page. Here, no, fine. This. Given to the one who will play the role of Lady Kee'ra. So she only just got that like the other day. But Kee'ra's been around for like 2 years. The priestess acting must know her name. Only to the one who will play. So that should make it right there, but let's wait. Let's make sure. Don't even say that. You can't prove that she is capable of channeling such an old spirit. She's a spirit channeling spirit medium who knows Lady Kee'ra's true name, so she could have done it. So I would say hold it. When did she learn? Or how do you... I'd just say that. How do you know she knows Kee'ra's true name? Then he'd say, oh, because she got the secret for the Wright. And then I'd ask, and when was that? Oh, just the other day. So she couldn't have been it for 2 years. So you could do this just through pressing. Is there any proof she actually did? Talking about the rebel hunter here. Modern day Lady Kee'ra has captured many a rebel all by herself. Among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Kee'ra could accomplish such a feat? You didn't say that before today. Are you... Yeah, you were saying that yesterday, weren't you? Yesterday you said Maya was her and that was it, without any question. You didn't bring up this stupid theory, because you didn't know she could spirit channel. Is that not proof enough that the real Lady Kee'ra has been channeled? That's not proof at all, actually, but... Lady Kee'ra of legend. The real Lady Kee'ra of legend. People of khur'ain believe legends to be true. If that was true, you should bow down before Maya because she brought back the person you worship and stuff, you know. Seemed kind of odd that you would hold her in a negative spot then. The real Lady Kee'ra who returned. Isn't that a good thing? You know that, Phoenix. Why do you have to ask that? Here I would just ask, why couldn't she have channeled somebody else? And then I'll make it seem harder. That would still kind of hurt my case, but... Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? Well, you shouldn't threaten this. This is their beliefs. Of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself? Why not? There is no way to prove that. Oh, he admits it. Kee'ra is to doubt khur'ainism itself. But she's not a religious figure. She's a real person then. It's like saying Jesus didn't exist. Jesus existed as a person, but you can still take away the religious aspect. Like the exaggeration. Well, that's stupid. But you're the one who just said there's no way to prove it. Lady Kee'ra is going to strike me down. My own Maya Fey will. Does that mean he wants to present to that statement? I guess I could ask to this. So you're now saying she killed you? Because you weren't saying that before. He was just talking about Zeh'lot before. So I'd say, so it was Maya Fey who killed you? What did she look like at the time? Strength far beyond any mortal woman. How strong would that be? Need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body. It's only one wound. But I'd hope to never have to think about that again. Your wound is pretty deep and there was a tremendous amount of blood. While Zeh'lot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of a Lady Kee'ra. Maya's channeling is proof she's Lady Kee'ra. It's not. It's not. She didn't channel. You could just say she's too weak to do it and prove that she isn't. Because until today, you would have said the same thing. So for this statement, I could show... Hold on. Real Lady Kee'ra. Which one shows how long she's been doing it? 2 years ago. So I could either present that. A deep abdominal wound caused by a bladed weapon. So do I just show that to show that he didn't die to brute strength, he died to a weapon? I don't think that's where it wants me to go though. You could say like, let me see. What if you do... That doesn't matter. Well, we're still saying he died to the knife then, not the statue. Only Zeh'lot died to the statue. So far. Dirk, Tome of Secrets. The priest is acting. I could show this, so I'm confused between those two. Dagger modeled after a warband. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, that doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. None of this is relevant. So they're saying she wrote this letter to. Appeared 2 years ago. Who knows, but did she knew it 2 years ago? Annoying me though, because I don't know which exact one it is. She channeled the spirit. That's too direct of a statement. She knows Kee'ra's true name, but she didn't know it then. It's the real Kee'ra who came. Okay. She attacked, kill me with a strength beyond any woman. But which one seems better? Kee'ra appeared 2 years ago. So she wouldn't have known the name then. Why don't I do this? This is more clear. Whoops. She wouldn't have known the name until then.
Objection!
Oh, thank God. That actually makes sense. Thank God. Alright, can we please be done with this guy after this contradiction? We've seen enough of him. Let Maya rest on her way to freedom while we take down the wife at long, long last. Everything she put me through, she deserves what's coming to her. Give her the death penalty, if you please. Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the rite. This is your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kee'ra. I like how... He's already kind of given it away, though. You should ask him first. Why do you think? Contains the true name of Lady Kee'ra. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kee'ra. Or is he going to say it's the wrong name somehow? No. What? Wait, maybe I'm on a different page. Wait, what? Oh, the face thing. Okay, see, I was on a totally different... You need the name and the face. Huh. Well, never mind that fact. You could have just said... Lady Kee'ra appeared 2 years ago, and Maya was not about to do the rite, therefore she wouldn't have been given the name to do the rite. That's the only reason it's given. Like, if you look at it. I didn't go down this road at all. And that makes sense too. The priest is acting as Kee'ra's representative, so she was not doing that 2 years ago, when the killing started. Lady Kee'ra's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit, which is kind of a new thing. They didn't say that explicitly before. Without a face, it would have been possible for my... But I guess that goes with the eeny meeny theory, right? Maya would have been picturing the wrong face of, right? That's why they had to kill him, because Dr. Gray would have known, or they would have known that the wrong person was dead, because she couldn't have channeled him. Because of course she could never fail channeling. So the face thing does tie into that. She would have had the wrong face. It would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kee'ra. It's odd that they wouldn't bring up the 2 years thing. My men's channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kee'ra out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder, no motive or no ability either. Who is the rebel hunting Lady Kee'ra we've heard about? We're gonna have to go all the way with that one. Shouldn't we just be innocent now? It couldn't have been us. It's not my job to do everything. Of course, like always it is. See, this is usually Phoenix's personal vendetta. He wants to find the killer just out of a sense of his own justice, desire for justice. But here, you just want to get out of this. Maya's innocent. Let's get out of here. But they won't let you. This is a hostile country. You gotta wrap up all loose ends. So for the first time, it maybe makes sense that they won't let this claim pass unless you absolutely put the nail down. The true identity. I thought Miss Inme was suspicious, but her pregnant. Wait, what? Wait, it's. Our ball is a rebel. That doesn't make sense. Wait, it's gotta be the wife. Is there someone else who can channel? You think it was the queen channeling? Oh, that'd be insane. In case 3, you're gonna take down the queen? It's gotta be the wife. The pregnancy must be fake. She doesn't look pregnant there, look. It's my chance to really turn up the heat. Stir the pot until something floats to the top. Your magistrate, I know who's been posing. Who could it be? Not Albie, not Maya. Yeah, it was Emma. Okay, let's see. Are you sure about that? He's hesitant. Since that I may regret this, we go ahead and explain. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting kee'ra. Well, he said it's not the wife. He specifically says it. It's gonna be Albie or something stupid. Are we gonna accuse the prosecutor? It would have to be her. What the fuck? I don't know. Is it really gonna be sodomy? What? It can't be him. What the fuck is going on? I mean, Phoenix did just specifically say it's not her, so I should have listened, but... Apparently being pregnant is a card that gives you total freedom. I'm gonna say it's prosecutor sodomy. I don't understand, but... Well, even though I said it's permadeath today, I'm still gonna save it. Come on, we can do this. Let's read what Phoenix says. If I cross off all the unlikely suspects, there's only one name left on the list. Are you kidding me? Is it really gonna be sodomy? It can't be right. What the hell is this? Is it Zeh'lot? That means he's been dead? That's why he faked his name? That might make sense. So if it was Zeh'lot all along, then who killed him though? That doesn't make sense though. I don't know about this. What? Alright, I accept defeat. Let's just keep going for the sake of it though. What is this? Or is it really gonna be this guy? And why? I'm so confused, I don't know. I guess I lost my permadeath challenge. Sorry, Phoenix, you're gonna get your head cut off. Damn it. So it's not the wife either. So my theory was completely wrong from the beginning. I wanted it to be her too. So it's not sodomy, it's not the wife. Is it gonna be Zeh'lot? I genuinely don't know. I'll just try everybody, I guess. It could be this guy too. I did say that as a theory, but I guess I didn't feel too confident. But he's dead, so if he was killed by this guy on the stand, the first victim, then who killed the first victim? They killed each other? How could that be? It makes sense because he faked his name, I suppose. Permadeath Phoenix Wright, that's pretty funny. I wish I was good enough to do that. That was, I don't like it, I don't like it. There was nothing to go on with that. That seems like a shot in the dark. Well, how does that even help us? Not the same as solid evidence. Evidence to back up your claim. Do I? Even Phoenix doesn't know where he's going, so how am I supposed to know? Maya wasn't, neither was in me, I still think it would be in me, but okay, dude. Zeh'lot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Zeh'lot was kee'ra is this. Just the fact that he knew the secret door was there? No. And then if he's that capable, how did he get killed by a stupid a stupid rock? Lost to a rock. A deity died because of a fucking rock. Are you kidding me, dude? Like, what is this? It's not gonna be that. So it was a guy the whole time. Dagger modeled after a warband. I don't know how this is gonna work. Are they gonna say they killed each other? Is it something about that symbol? Let's look at the peach thing. I'm really not sure. This part really threw me for a loop. It does feel like one of those just pull it out of your ass thing. Even Phoenix didn't know where he was going. Something about this? I guess that only someone capable of entering the home could have delivered it. I guess we could have used that on the wife a long time ago. Oh god, I don't like this, the way this is going. Proved my client was Lady Kee'ra. High Priest's house was locked tight. There's another member, it was Zeh'lot, so the family thing did come into play. Zeh'lot could deliver the warning anytime he wanted. Alright. So he wasn't a rebel? So let's just try to understand what happened. So Zeh'lot, the second victim, is Lady Kee'ra. So this guy killed him. So then how did this guy die? Or maybe the wife is still going to be involved, but she isn't Lady Kee'ra? I'm not sure. Who would be capable enough of killing this guy anyway? The Zeh'lot. Like, he's taken out insurgents. And he's only 21. Where did he learn those kind of skills? Saying Lady Kee'ra was not the culprit, but rather the victim. Well, that's good then. Then she's out of the way, so she can't kill Phoenix next. And to overturn the entire premise of the case, trial has proceeded that Lady Kee'ra was behind zero killings, which I said never had to be one and the same. But who was the killer and what was their motive? Oh god, this is... Mrs. Inme is a rebel too? But then you're both rebels. So she killed him. Wait. So wait a second. You're saying that... Well, let's see where it goes, but this is where we're at right now. The argument was that the wife couldn't be Lady Kee'ra because she's pregnant. So that disables her from being Lady Kee'ra. But now we're going to say the wife killed Lady Kee'ra. So she's not capable enough to be that person, but she's more capable than them such that she can kill them while pregnant still. That makes no sense. The dagger with my client's prince wasn't what killed Zeh'lot. Boom Punisher theme could have been an alarm clock. All the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. So just go for not guilty. Was Inme a rebel and did she pose as Lady Kee'ra to kill Zeh'lot? When did we say she posed as Lady Kee'ra? Now the judge is introducing new things we haven't said. Facts not in evidence. Objection, judge. Phoenix never said that. Phoenix just said she's a rebel. Now the judge is saying she disguised herself. This is just off the wall right now. Or was Zeh'lot a rebel? And was the accused the Lady Kee'ra who killed him? Either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? What? That's right, I am Kee'ra moment right here. That's right, I am Kee'ra. Are we gonna get the wife on the stand or not? That's all I wanted. Yeah, what's wrong with that? We said that a while ago. Why not? Lock was working just fine the last we checked. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? But maybe for that day it was just set. But you would have to prove that then, I mean. Maybe that particular day it was set for a reason. I guess we would have to prove that. Sure took you a long time to come up with that, though. There's something about it that might have caused it to... Could have gone off in a struggle. By accident. I don't know where these theories are going. The judge came up with the theory all on his own that Miss Inmee was posing now as Lady Kee'ra to kill Zeh'lot, which doesn't make sense because if Zeh'lot really was Lady Kee'ra, then why would he fall for that trick? Like, oh, you're actually Lady Kee'ra? No, I'm Lady Kee'ra. Put an end. Theme song was from the accused strap. Are you really going to use a strap? A plume punished for strap is your conclusive evidence. We have seen worse though. Samurai dogs, can I say? Quercus alba, you have my condolences. I too heard it by way of the listening device. If you had heard it, why didn't you testify? Because you just thought of it. Such a tune could become a key matter of dispute, even though it was mentioned before in front of you. Or, oh yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Pointless lie, easily disproven. Check the clock. Well, we played with it yesterday. Rafa messed with it, so we can blame her. She tampered with evidence. This switch, if I'm right. So just pretend like it was that way all along. We saw it before they did, so we could say, Heiko drums. Is that going to be important? Where is it again? Begins with some traditional. So maybe it's a mix. Her version is different. I can't tell if that's what they're going for. The intro might be the same, but the rest is different. Daka don don daka don. Fuck. Yeah, it's not even the length, it's just... This last part has been a little bit stupid, I will say that. I was enjoying it up until that last theory. Let us also return a spirit to the Twilight Realm, call the wife to the stand.
Objection!
There's a dramatic one. We haven't seen one like that in a while. Hold on 1 minute, your magistrate. High priest statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It's just that the song is different. That's why Phoenix kept saying it sounds exactly like the song to me, the Steel Samurai song. That very sight reminds me of a tortured soul riding in flames. You won't be saying that. Pick the right piece of evidence. The only thing that could make sense is... Oh, you didn't even have to specify that, but okay. That makes it too obvious. Apparently it's different. Yeah, let's just compare how they sound. We could have done that anyway without the testimony. Shouldn't we just compare them and see if they're exactly the same? So the beginning is the same. You should have let the whole thing play. The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plume Punisher theme song. The Steel Samurai theme song. It must be, right? There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Pull and Punisher theme. How would I specifically? But whatever. You knew it was something to do with the music in the song. Heard was Steel Samurai, Warrior of Near Old Tokyo. They dragged this guy out a little bit too long. It was good for like 2 or 3, I think, testimonies. I think they pushed it too far. They don't even know what it is. From America or Japan. Oh, I just skipped that on its own. You could easily mistake the two. This is pretty similar to the way you take down Alba with the whole, he saw this show, he got the name of the move wrong, Samurai Sushi Slash, whatever. American TV show. Is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Is that a typo? Oh no, he interrupted him. You have it backwards. Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in khur'ain. Token of their friendship, she traded a Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher's strap. Wait, what? Well, we don't even know who it was, do we? So is that the wife? You never said it was the wife. What the fuck? I even joked, I think, oh, it's gonna be like that. I thought that was just a completely meaningless statement. She traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher strap. And that... Oh my god, that's the basis for suspecting someone of murder, the fact that they have a certain item that plays the same song. Oh my god. I object to, this is ridiculous. You're doing good for a while. To tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. What? You know what? I'm feeling ballsy. He's gonna take all 5 away? Yeah, I deserve to go up against this after failing once before. Earlier. We don't need no stinking save. Evidence that proves in me was the one who killed Zeh'lot is this. Something that shows... Oh, she had the Steel Samurai watch that I mentioned before. As if this is evidence that you... The evidence that proved you committed murder is that you have a Steel Samurai watch. That really should hold up in court. Are you kidding me, dude? So incriminating. I mean, really. Nobody else could own a watch of a popular show. I guess in this country, it'd be less likely. Traded items featuring their favorite characters. Why wouldn't Maya just say it was the wife she traded with? She said it was somebody, just like somebody random. That's how the conversation sounded. If she had specified it was the wife, might have made it too obvious. Yeah. That did catch my eye, but I would have never thought this would be the reason to suspect her. This is stupid, even by Phoenix Wright standards. I don't care what anybody says. I don't like this part of the case. I like that we're gonna get her, but... Top knot. No one here even knows what the Steel Samurai is, but... Even if you explain it, you should have to establish it. Lay the foundation. Never knew your wife had such hobbies. I mean, didn't you see her wearing that? Right before Zeh'lot was murdered? At that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Miss and me had the Samurai watch. What the victim heard was actually the watch. Just to amend my testimony, what I thought were drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. Can we get this guy off the stand, finally? Maya, just stop channeling. It's not like they can force her to stay channeling. Man, they just keep dragging this out. Big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. Afraid it's there, alright. Just like the hole in your gaping brain, again with this shit. Dead lawyer walking. Through the forest from the trees, good one. Now you're saying she's a rebel. I still don't see what proves that. The rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Does that mean the wife killed him too? So did Lady Kee'ra kill both of, or I mean, did the wife kill both of them? I do think I pointed that out like 20 minutes ago, but okay, Phoenix. She just killed both of them? Just say that. You killed one, she killed the other. Or just say Zeh'lot died in an accident. Just the thing fell on him and killed him, you know. Who really killed the high priest? It's gonna be like logic and trick from the logic segment from. I mean, they had these in the other game too, right? Dual Destinies, but like Miles Edgeworth's logic segments and investigations as well. If Zeh'lot had been Lady Kee'ra, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So it must be the wife. Who did? Let's establish why. What evidence can tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony tells you that the water was red. No question about it. Spring was red. Good. I do like this mechanic, which proves that he died first. I said that. Spring was already red because it must be Zeh'lot's blood. He died first. That's what we just said. Red with Zeh'lot's blood. That's right. Zeh'lot had been killed before the Wright. His blood flowed into the spring. The high priest knew that Zeh'lot had been killed. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily arrested her on the spot. So he protected the wife. Or protected the hideout as well. I don't see why he threatened Maya. And we could just do the whole case like this style. If you reported, the hideout would find out. By going through with the Wright, the priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Couldn't he have cleaned it up somehow? Gone in there and done something? I don't know. Why did he have to go through the Wright? Set up the scene during it. Set up the scene like what? If he wanted, well, he could have set up the scene by killing Maya. But no, let's say he wanted to set up the scene. Use the right to cover things up. But how so? How is he planning on concealing the source of blood in the spring? He emptied the spring, he used Maya's blood, he used his own blood. So he killed himself to do it? Is that what it's gonna be? You'd go that far? What? Oh yeah, all he had to do was kill himself. Yeah, that's a perfectly rational thing to do. I know who killed the high priest. I mean, according to your theory, it would be himself. What the fuck? Are you... Shouldn't that be all that just to cover up the hideout? You couldn't just get someone else's blood or something? Use a pig's blood? I guess. Do they test it here or not? Doesn't seem like they're very thorough. Oh my god. See, this is them trying to be too over the top with these twists. They didn't need to go this far. This is a little bit overboard. The main thing is, we want to get the wife for the other murder. Can we get rid of this guy? He killed himself, so he didn't do anything wrong, so get rid of him. Maya, if you can hear me, stop channeling. Or is this place to stain on the good priest's death with this putrid brain? At least it's better than calling him a murderer. Phoenix keeps going against his own theories from 5 minutes ago, too. You still fail to understand. You truly cannot... You claim the priest took his own life. Have you considered who brought the dagger to the plaza? It was Maya. The dagger was thrust into Zeh'lot's dead body. After. Only the accused could have done that. So, the wife drugged Maya with something? Porous in its logic. Cannot prove that the high priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. I don't think Phoenix ever said that was why. The judge is kind of filling in exposition out of nowhere. Oh no, I'm never mind. I'm dumb. He did say that. Dagger was impaled in Zeh'lot's body. The body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Miss Wright, would you care to respond? Zeh'lot's body was already in the plaza before the Wright, day before the Wright. What if the dagger was already in him? Because it wasn't the murder weapon, but then didn't Maya have it for the ritual? Moved by Tara's soul. Okay, dude. Did he also die by the bird thing? No need to move the dagger. Already been stabbed into Zeh'lot's body before the Wright. What does that mean? Means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took... It's gonna be the same one? What else could it be? There had to have been a weapon. You'd think it should be something else. Real murder weapon number 2. Is it really just gonna be the same thing? Or the lantern? Either way, it'd be the same picture. I'm kind of just grasping right now. Let's just show the picture. Either it's the bird again, or it could be... What? Ever seeing that, even though you're right in front of it? Penalty. So both of them weren't killed by the dagger. Dagger-like shape. It wasn't the bird, though. What else could it be? It's gotta be like a picture. I was thinking the lantern. Oh, I could just show... Really? It's just gonna be that? How stupid. I showed the picture with that in it. The same way it worked the first time. Already been proven by Zeh'lot's death. Right, it was the Warbound statue again. Dramatic beads. Yeah, just knock yourself out and stay quiet. He lies, pay him no heed. The wife? Thank God. Just confess and we'll be good. This is what I've been waiting for through all this. It was good for like 75% of the day, and then they kind of ruined it with this guy a little bit too much. So she's pregnant, so she can't do anything, apparently. It disabled her from being a threat, but she still committed murder. It's that time again. We didn't even have to call her. 2:30 in the afternoon, time my husband conducts his daily prayers, the time Pere was slain. Why are you playing this theme right now? Just because she's a fan? Are you just gonna confess without any? You just proved. Oh, that's why. I thought it was just playing. My bad. Reminded me each day. I had no idea what would come to this. I'm the one who... You just admitted it. Okay, good. Get Maya the fuck out of here. She didn't even fight it. Okay, I guess that's why he was the final boss instead of her, I guess. We done here? And lock that bitch up. Well, that was kind of anticlimactic, but I guess it forgives how long that went on a little bit. No, there was nothing to continue. She just admitted it. I'm a rebel just like my husband. I do like it. She just confessed. Unfolded before the Wright. So why did you do it? We've gone to the hideout to prepare it for Dad's escape. That's when Zeh'lot suddenly appeared. How? How did he know? How did he know it was a hideout? Did not know you were a rebel. Obviously not. Otherwise he would have killed you. That's the whole point. Simply investigate the hideout. Face to face with Miss Inme. So maybe that's why he let his guard down. He was a member of the secret police serving directly under the Minister of Justice. So is it going to be one of those things where anybody can be Lady Kee'ra? Like it switches between, like the Yatagarasa where he's Tyrell bad, Callisto you, and who was the third one? Oh, Byrne Faraday, obviously. Kate's dad. Like you could switch between secret police. This is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. Justice Minister has my back. Sounds familiar. I wonder who else said that. Using his position within the secret police to deal... Well, this is a big accusation, too. This is coming out in court against Inga. Can we get him on the stand? I thought we'd have to do this later. With the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, yeah, we've heard this before. Trick up Inga's sleeve. Alright, chime down. This is like whenever Sebastian was upset about Blaze being accused, or Francisca's upset about Manfred being accused of stuff. Zeh'lot abandoned his name to be part of the secret police. How did they choose him though? He was just like some random adopted dude. Covering up the tattoo. Kee'ra was a member of secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. Well, they probably did investigate them as a show. Like, you have show trials, it's a show investigation. But then we just say... No shit, dude. Prey suddenly laughed at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab with all my might. Pregnant, by the way. Couldn't be Lady Kee'ra, but could kill Lady Kee'ra, apparently. Of course not. Go to jail. Free Maya. I've had enough of this fucking case. Maya, stop channeling and you're free. Get out of this fucking country. Like, Phoenix can stay and do whatever the fuck he wants, but get Maya out of here. This is... Yeah, you're already dead and she's already guilty. Learned what my wife accidentally slayed Zeh'lot. Chilled his body with snow, so you were working together to cover it up? As if he died more recently, I moved it to the Plaza of Devotion, inserted the dagger. Plaza was empty at that time, before prayer time. I don't know about that. Placed his body in prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It's perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure prayer time after all. You admit to pin the crime on Maya Fey. That's all we need, Judge. Get this one over with. The knife is no longer hanging over my head. I don't want anything to complicate this. Ever told my wife a plan? She would have tried to stop me, even though you're both rebels together. Rebels in love. How'd you get my face fingerprints on the dagger? She rehearsed. I had her hold it up. No problem. She already said that. Oh, I thought the wife drugged her. He drugged her. Robes over the Warbod statue. Is that why the vision thing happened? But nobody had said that before, so it's still an invalid claim by the prosecutor. Maya was already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life to ensure the crime would appear to be by Faye's own hand. When your body was discovered, Kee'ra's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on the feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. But why? Simply to frame the accused. No, it was to hide the hideout. Legal system. I'd expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? Kingdom legal system. Sin means crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Phoenix. Nothing sadder than you getting a guilty verdict yesterday. This explain, or it would have been the day before yesterday, because no, it would have been yesterday. You do the trial and the investigation on the same day. This explains why the high priest took his own life. The will of the dragon. I guess. Are you gonna strike me if I get that wrong? It's all about me. Circumstantial supports enemies killing of acolyte in self-defense. But she wasn't defending herself. Zeh'lot was just laughing and she just killed him. It'd be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the high priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. It wasn't even in self-defense, was it? Trying to protect her. Seance is the most important piece of evidence. High Priest wanted to frame Maya as a serial killer. Clever plan, but that's also for covering up Zeh'lot's crimes, although maybe they didn't know he was kee'ra, or they probably did. In which he made sure he'd see Lady Kee'ra in his final moments by putting the costume up there. That's why I placed on the Warbod statue, but nobody knew that, so how did the prosecutor say that? Makes no sense. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was a rebel hunting Lady Kee'ra, protecting Zeh'lot in the process. But are you saying you used my seance to produce false evidence? If it's so good, it should be able to see through that. Oh, it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. True, because I unraveled the whole thing. Little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Can we get the verdict and then we can talk about this after? I'm getting nervous. Inga's gonna come and sabotage the whole thing. Someone's gonna have me assassinated. Yet, had I done so, like Lady Kee'ra 2.0 is gonna come out and just stab me in court. And then alley-oop away, because apparently that's all it takes to escape from the law in this universe. Alley-oop. Yet I had done so. Had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the DC Act. Wife would rush to my defense. Could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. Your own apprentice? All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been a lie. That was kind of an abrupt way for it to end. Miss Inmi just admitted it. I thought she'd fight me like a real villain. Being's right, it's time to show the might of your legal prowess. Mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. What I have done to you and Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. I don't forgive you, you piece of fucking shit. Your Majesty, yes. I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. Agatama of parting, if you please. Never needed that before. You could just naturally end after a while. How long are you going to make my channel? Please allow me the honor. Why? Okay. What if she just destroys it to keep him here longer? Or forever? Don't feel bad for her, dude. I don't know why it was in self-defense. She even said it wasn't, but... I guess she wasn't a bad person after all, is how they're trying to show it. At least you got to see him again. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Would have been better if she was just like a D-Vasquez type of villain. That would have even been consistent with self-defense. Just come up there, act all calm, go through 2-3 testimonies, and then catch her. That's all you had to do. This Tahrust in me guy was such an annoying witness. That wasn't satisfying at all. Whatever. With every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. So she wasn't faking it with the picture and stuff. Oh, cool, we get a different cutscene. Don't feel bad for you. Not at all. pregnant or not. Nope. No crocodile tears. They're not crocodile tears, but still. How dare you do this to Maya? Imagine using the person who's channeling you from your death, like Trust in Me guy just did. Imagine using her body to accuse her of murder herself. Like, that is such a dirty thing to do. She channels you and you have the nerve to falsely accuse her. High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm where he belongs. Although he just committed suicide, I guess he didn't kill anybody. Guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Is that how it works? What about the trial? We won. Sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. So you don't need to continue this trial. Do another prayer and get out of here. I owe a debt to you. What's that? So you're overturning your old verdict too. Thank you. I guess I forgot how that looked. The not guilty sign. The guilty one is like purplish. It was a decent day in trial, but the ending was very bad. I definitely disliked the ending. It was just all over the place. You could probably find 100 holes in it. Zeh'lot was Lady Kee'ra. The wife is pregnant, so she couldn't be Lady Kee'ra, but she could kill Lady Kee'ra. I guess his guard was down, but still. That's pretty tough to swallow. But still a decent case overall. I liked the first day. First day of investigation was good. Second day was alright. First day of trial was very good, although a bit short. With that fake, or that Yanni Yogi 2.0 guy, whose name we didn't know at the time, Anonymous TBD. This day started off good. The visions were okay. What did I lose to? Oh, just guessing who was Lady Kee'ra at that point. Because Phoenix was all over the damn place with it. I hate those hodgepodge moments where, like, Phoenix is coming up with it along as he goes. The player has no reason to think those things. It's just like whatever Phoenix says last, you just have to go with. So he just decided Miss Inmee couldn't be Lady Kee'ra, and you just have to trust him. So that's fine, I guess. Guess it's my fault for coming up with theories, huh? Too many theories. Legal system here is really stacked against the defense. Yeah, no shit. Totally unfair. Even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect his wife. Just so sad. Take the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kee'ra were here, I wonder which side you would take. That's a good question, I guess. But she kills rebels, I suppose. So ask your dad to overturn that act, or we're gonna try him next. Are you alright? It's your own fault. You were being a dick the whole time. This is what you get. Karma is a bitch. Suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot. I'm just showing you, I'm giving you a wake-up call, a reality check. Your insides were always flawed. I'm just exposing the flaws that were inherent to them all along. Yeah, we're gonna get him next. Inga. It's case 4 gonna be an Inga case. Take that guy down, and then case 5 will take down the queen. I'd be okay with that. Find out what happened with Dirk. Or it'd be cool if we did both sides. We take down Dirk and we take down the queen both. So we show we're not friends of the rebels or the state. We just take down everybody. That's probably not gonna happen. Why would we take down Dirk? He's gonna be the hero. What am I to do? She's all sad. Would lead me to the absolute truth. You should have seen in case 1 that you were wrong. They serve to support false charges. So why don't we change the format? Show us the vision and then shut your mouth. Don't say any insights and we'll be all good. Why do you have to run your mouth every time? Left now with that heavy truth in my heart. But it is the truth. Don't be sorry. You helped her. You're doing her a favor. She was living a lie. But show us the vision. That's very helpful. What? Maya? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mintima into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You probably could, actually. You're more skilled than she is. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. So maybe you should learn that. Yeah, I'm better than you at it too, right? She's better than you. Maybe she should teach you. Phoenix should say that. Maybe she could give you some lessons so you actually do something properly for once. What can I do? Yeah, thank you for admitting that. It's not a joke. She worked harder than you. Oh, this is like a Vegeta Goku thing. Maya worked harder, but she thinks just because she's of royal blood, she has it inherently. It's worth at least a laugh or two. Listen, your benevolence, you were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? You're the only one capable. Couldn't you do it since you just said your powers are greater than hers? Station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. You should probably just take a break for a few years and train, get your mind right, and then do it though. And does she do this for every trial? Like, how many trials must there be? How can she possibly keep up if she's the only one who does it? Isn't that odd? I just thought of that. Like, even if there's like 10 trials a day across the whole khur'ain, maybe it's not that big of a country. If there's 10 trials all happening at the same time and they all defer to her wisdom, how does she do a seance for each and every one? You know what I mean? Isn't that weird? People of your kingdom believe in you. They shouldn't anymore. If you really mean all that you said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know nothing of what you speak. Actually, I kinda know more than you. Yeah. Village master, not the same as a country. Okay. You owe us a lot. Neophyte practitioner and guilty of murder, and you tried to get me executed. I don't go easy on you just because you're 14. You are a stupid person. Let's just put it that way. Future queen and a future village master. Oh, I hope Rafa's not the future queen. She's not anytime soon anyway. Once we take down the queen, I guess she'll have to be. Is that where we're going? They may have a common ancestor, but thank you for finally mentioning that. They may have a common ancestor, but apparently Maya's a foreigner. Remember that from the beginning? That meme? Maya's a foreigner. Foreigner. Ha ha ha. So stupid. Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. They weren't even close. They were about 33% accurate, like Maya's channeling accuracy frequency. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. Besides, your insights aren't the problem here. Your kingdom's legal system, kind of both. Without lawyers, your insights have been come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the prosecutors could still scrutinize them, but I guess they don't care because they just want their verdict, like always. So sodomy owes me one, he said. So that'd be nice. You'll try to be a bootleg Edgeworth. The Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. That is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Crown Princess, you're destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. So let's me and Phoenix go home and relax. We deserve it. And then in 20 years, 30 years, when the queen dies of old age, you can take over and remove the DC Act. Problem solved. Let's get out of here. But no, we're gonna have to do it right now, aren't we? That's what I would do if it was me. What your role must play. What'd she say? Yeah, you're not right now, clearly. What role you must play therein. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. You gotta humble her a bit and say, you're not ready yet, but work hard and you might be one day. Emma kinda disappointed me. Somebody got assassinated, leading to case 4. The rebels. So we don't know what side we're really on quite yet, but it seems like more leaning towards the rebels. You better be. Yeah, how does that make you feel? What are you doing? Isn't that like kee'ra symbol or something? Make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like that can ever happen again. You should be in jail. You deserve to be in jail. You killed somebody and you tried to frame somebody. And committed well, actually, you didn't commit perjury because you didn't testify. You don't get to be part of the revolution. Oh, he's gonna escape with... Let's tell the people they must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW. Just casually strolling in the courtroom talking. Wish I had more time to talk. Dirk, everything's ready. Do we get to see Dirk? Show me Dirk. There he is. First time we've seen him. He's got a little eye patch. Very nice character designs. I like Inga's too. Inga and Dirk look so similar. I even said they might be the same person, but I guess not. Got the little thing on his forehead, eye patch, little scar on his eye underneath and above. Some kind of cool necklace. Not really a necklace, but whatever you call that. Where the necklace would be, but there's no string attached. His hair is very long. He's got like a royal blue and multicolored stripes going both ways. His pants are kind of light blue. We got a visual ID of the suspects. I could rat you out now. No, it's the other Dirk. It's Dirk Nowitzki, dude. After them, don't let them get away. Yeah, it's so easy to escape from these guys. It trivializes everything. Power to forge a society in which the law judges all fairly. So even if we get it to the way it was in your home country, Phoenix, it still would only be halfway there, because that was pretty unfair too, wouldn't you agree? It's not like you have the model to follow. Let's go home. But I'm hungry. Let's have some burgers. Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Jerk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Moon Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. We'll let her have her moment now. She's the one who actually saved the trial with that channeling. It was an annoying witness and he went on too long. That Tahrust in me guy. Oh, and he wasn't even the culprit, so it deprived us of a badass showdown with the culprit. Turnabout storyteller. Is this going to be an Apollo Athena one, or is it going to be just all... Are they going to come overseas to join us for the final 2 cases? That would be cool. I don't want to start it right now. Or does it force us? No, I don't want to watch the intro. Wait, why does it say trial day 1? It just starts in a trial? Is it gonna be like Dual Destinies like that? That would be lame. I didn't like how they did that. Cases 4 and 5 in Dual Destinies felt like just one case. It should be split up over 2. I'm probably gonna get hate from the way I got mad at the end of this case, but I just didn't enjoy it. I mean, you can explain it like, oh, you should have seen that or this or that, but it was just messy. It just wasn't that fun, that's all. It was a decent case, but it was not. Let's look at the art for it, actually. This one has Albie on the side. Looks like he's handcuffed up top or something. His hands are bound. That's the understanding. Some butterflies. You got Rafa looking all serious. And you got the murder weapon / that sacred container. Then you got Magical Turnabout. You got Mr. Rettins. You got the Bunny Girl. You got Trucy. You got Apollo. Look how much better resolution Apollo is than everybody else. She's throwing a card at you. There's a sword on the side. Trucy looks very formidable there. And then Phoenix looks better resolution. We don't get to see the art until it's over. Athena's gonna come in here. Okay. I barely remember Athena from case 2. She's not even pictured in there. You got Mrs. Inme on the left side. You got the picture of Tahrust. You got That's Our Ball. You got Maya looking better resolution. Got some prayer flags on the bottom. A little feather, it looks like. You got the Lady Kee'ra up top. We didn't even get a Lady Kee'ra confession. My title was false. It was, that's right, I am Kee'ra, but there was not. I thought it would be the wife saying that, but it was the victim of the wife. So she took down the rebel hunter himself. Member of the secret police. But he still had to be capable enough to carry that out, the killings out. It's just hard to believe he could be killed that easily. Lost to a rock. A deity died to a rock. Just think about that for a second. There's the gate, some more prayer flags, some more feathers. A bird lost to a rock. You should have a flying advantage. Rock is weak or ineffective on flying types, am I right? Holy shit, the end of that case just ruined me. That was not fun. Do we get to see like some artwork for that case? Maybe only after we beat the game. The whole point is Phoenix didn't have the theory himself. So if that's true, you know, you kind of just have to wing it. And you're looking at it kind of like... Here, let me actually look at the chapter select. Like, it starts off... Investigation Day 1 was fine. Slaying at the Sanctum, Inner Sanctum. It's like a throwback to the Eeny Meeny case. They're kind of in an isolated place. This was That's Arbol, High Priest's house, the Queen and the Minister, Maya, and Trial. So that day was fine. That was a clean first day. Seance is fine. Went on a little bit long. Only one witness. It wasn't that bad. You established a third party. And the prosecution gets away with a very egregious claim that the statue of the bird was Lady Kee'ra. Now it turns out to be true because it had the cloak draped over it, but he never said that. He couldn't have known that that was the case. How did it get over to the side? So he didn't establish that till the second day. So he literally bold-faced said a bird is Lady Kee'ra, even though they look nothing alike, which is bullshit. You don't get away with that. That's bogus writing. That's trash. And then the second day wasn't bad. It was a bit short, it felt like. You meet Dad's Arbol, locating the hideout. Wow, 3 parts are to do with Dad's Arbol. Dad's Arbol, Dad's Arbol, Dad's Arbol. And then trial day 2. So Emma was a bit disappointing. She hadn't prepared her forensic evidence the way she should have. Seance was alright. It was kind of short-ish. Recess. Final cross-examination, quote-unquote. Truth revealed. Post-trial wrap-up. So it was right around here where Phoenix said, okay, now the prey zealot guy was Lady Kee'ra. The wife couldn't be Lady Kee'ra. Then the other guy killed himself. It's like, how many players who played this? This is a good test. How many players who played this case had any of those theories going into this day of trial? Did you even have one? I thought the wife was Lady Kee'ra. I was wrong. That's fine. I thought that the zealot guy was killed back there in that room, but I thought he was killed by I thought they were both killed by Lady Kee'ra, I guess. Or at least by the wife, even if she wasn't Lady Kee'ra. But how many of those theories, before you flame me for me criticizing the ending of this trial, not really the whole case, out of those 3 revelations at the end, how many did you really come up with either before they were talked about, like before the final cross-examination, during that recess, how many of them did you have? Or at the beginning of the trial day, that the wife killed Lady Kee'ra, who was, so number 1, that Lady Kee'ra was the second victim that we talked about, prey zealot. How many of you had that theory, that Lady Kee'ra was zealot? How many of you had the theory that Believe in Me killed him despite being pregnant? And then the theory that Trust in Me killed himself. It feels like all 3 of those were just spur of the moment, out of nowhere, not really supported that well by a lot of the other evidence. It's not that they even aren't supported, it's just that it could have been anything, kind of. It just felt a little bit odd.